and welcome to Nice and Blunt. I'm Adam Riancho, your host. Today is Wednesday, June 17th, 7:30 p.m., and we have a new special guest to the channel. Everyone welcome Ryan from Fantasy Football Roundup. Welcome to the channel, bro.
How's it going, Adam? I'm doing great day today. It's been a fantastic day. We went live earlier, and now I'm excited to be a part of what you got going on here, man. Congratulations again on 10,000 subscribers.
Thank you, sir, and congratulations to your success as well. You got an awesome channel over there. Love your rankings videos and the spreadsheets you put together, and watching your live streams is a fun time. Glad that we're able to connect today and get this thing going.
I appreciate that. I don't think any of my live streams were as entertaining as the 10K one. That one, I mean, 10 hours is a freaking that's a festival, dude. That was a festival. That was cool.
I've done drugs on the channel before, but to have a better excuse of celebrating and taking certain gummies and extra weed smoking, I'll take that excuse any day. But I'm just glad people enjoy it, and glad that you did as well.
Yeah, it was a great time, man.
Thanks a lot. But how long have you been on YouTube, man? We reached out to each other recently, but we haven't communicated before this year. So in case anyone watching hasn't ever encountered Ryan or hasn't checked out Fantasy Football Roundup, give us a little intro about yourself and your channel.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I started doing Fantasy Football YouTube back in 2020. And I mean, the origins of it was just me and another buddy that I had at the time. He's still a buddy, but he's just not in it anymore. We just started talking about football, and we just started talking about fantasy football over Zoom. And we were just like, you know what? I'm just going to put it on YouTube. Like, I didn't know anything about editing. I didn't know anything about thumbnails, nothing about descriptions and videos, none of that stuff. I was just like, the sole purpose here is to just put out 3-hour-long football discussions and just see if anyone in the void will catch on to them. And then over time, just kind of started to grow a little bit, and I started to develop a little bit of my audience and just kind of put some more thought and put some more interest into it to see, hey, maybe, you know what, if there is more to this right here. So just naturally over time, it just kind of grew as I stuck with it. And it's been a fun ride, man. It's been a fun ride. What about yourself? When did you get started?
The first video I ever posted was December of 2020 as well. And then in 2021, it was all right, well, I liked making videos for 4 weeks. Let's try this again. And over time, you start off and it's dog shit. and then you just keep going, and it just gets slowly better. And you realize, oh yeah, that's a mistake. Let's fix that. This is a mistake. Let's fix that. And after, trial and error, you fix enough mistakes where it starts to look a little bit more professional. So it's just been, more and more time, and here we are. But the live streaming has been a bit more recent. First live stream was 2024, and then last year I got a little more consistent with it, and then this year since February I was all right, I'm gonna kind of more commit to live streaming, because at least this part of the season it's much more easy to not have to edit anything, and also kind of understand the ADPs, the market, and develop your stance on things. It makes ranking players later helpful.
What's interesting about that too is that I pretty much a very similar situation as far as live streaming goes. I've had the channel for years and years, and I've always done for multiple years now. I've always done in-season streaming, answering questions on Sunday mornings. That's a mainstay on the channel. Monday nights, Thursday nights, Wednesday nights. I've been doing that for a long time. What got me into the live drafting this offseason was I was just you know what? I think it's a great way to learn and keep track of how often things can change in the market. Because I was just talking about this on one of my own streams recently. It's so fascinating to me how fast a value on one player can change. For example, Jonathan Brooks, he was going in the 13th round, 2-3 weeks ago. I mean, you could maybe vet me on that, but it wasn't long ago that he was going in the 13th round, right? Now he's a 10th round pick. And it's like, they're like, what's the reason? Because it's not like it's August and we're getting tons of training camp reports as if he's been performing so well and being better than Chuba in camp. It's just so interesting to see how the ebb and flow goes on a day-by-day basis by some of the better drafters in the space, which are on Underdog at this time of the year. So kind of in a similar boat to you, where it kind of became an experiment for me this offseason. And now I've been having a ball with it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, the financial nature of it makes it so much more superior than any other mock draft in terms of data and understanding the market. So just from that standpoint alone, it's got a ton of value. Then you factor in all the people that are willing to do it are also kind of sickos as well and very sharp. Probably the most attentive viewers of football themselves. And so therefore you just get put up to the test where if you were on, like, I don't know if you've ever done like an ESPN mock draft at this time. Like, it's the most worthless experience ever, just because by round 3, half the lobby's on auto pick, and the ADP's egregious to begin with. It's just not indicative of what you're actually going to spend. So it feels like the place to get your reps in, and it helps to, I'm sure you've interacted with them as well. The folks at Underdog are nice people, and
they're great.
Out to have the partnership going as
they're
well.
Tremendous. Yeah, they're tremendous partners. Like, as far as like ideal partners in the space go, they've been one of my favorite partners to work with. And, they've been great to me over the years. And it's just because of, I think they just built something really good with good people over there. So I'm in complete agreement. It's a fascinating time of the off season to kind of, keep up with this stuff. And it's cool that we kind of have a similar experience as far as the live stream side of things this off season. So again, I say it again, like, you've done really well in just carving out a space for yourself just this offseason from a live stream perspective, because it's different. Like, live streaming versus videos, it's different. That's a different type of game right there, because in just long form videos, you can edit whatever you want. Live stream, it is what it is. So like, people, I might slip up and say like the F word on accident, and it's like, I can't edit that out, like, it's gonna live there. So it's just kind of, it's a different game. So again, props to you, man. I'm looking forward to it.
I appreciate the compliment, and right back at you, bro. It's a different muscle that you gotta flex and get reps with, but it's kind of like a combination of improv as well as like fan engagement, and also just a test of your nerves in the moment. You can't get kind of like too up or too down by any individual thing, and next thing you know, there's some trolls in the chat or something goes really well, and you still find a way to fuck up the draft. You run out of time just because you're not quite focused. But it's a good time, and it's also just like, it helps you kind of bring the nerves down. Like, if you fumble once or twice, you just got to roll with the punches and keep going. Whereas when you're re-editing, if you want to take that back again, you can do it, and nobody will know the little blemishes along the way.
Yes,
little peel behind the curtain.
That's right. That's right.
Good. So I know you're a Steeler fan, and I know you live in Texas. Have you ever lived outside of Texas? Have you always been in Texas? I know the Steeler connection with your dad.
Yeah, the born and raised in Texas, man. We're the only part of my family that's actually in Texas. My parents moved to Texas before they had me, and so they've been here as far as I've been alive. But my dad is from Pittsburgh. My mom's from Ohio. So my mom's side of the family is actually Cincinnati Bengals fans. Okay. Now, my dad's side of the family is Pittsburgh Steelers. And if you know anything about Yinzers and just the Pittsburgh Steeler culture in that area, like, it just runs in the blood. And I've been long saying it. I'm a suffering Steelers fan at this point because of the fact that I grew up with an incredible team. Like, I grew up with the Big Ben days. I grew up with Hines Ward. I grew up with James Harrison, Troy Polamalu, and what the team has been turned into has been a disgrace, if you want to know the truth. I mean, you don't want to get me started in this, Adam. It's not a good conversation to get into. But since you asked, it's one of those things where I know it could be worse. I know it could be much, much worse. I could be sorry, Jets fans. I could be a Jets fan, but it is it's a spoiled existence when you grow up watching Super Bowl runs and Super Bowl wins, and then they're stripped from you, and you're in purgatory, which is the middle, and that's where the Steelers have been for years. So yeah, it's been kind of a rough couple of years as a Steelers fan. I'm a very critical Steelers fan. My audience knows this. I don't have to worry about bias when it gets into my fantasy opinions and my fantasy analysis because I have no reason to be biased because the Steelers offense has sucked for years. But for what I understand, you're a Chargers fan, correct?
I am. And I have a theory that NFL fans whose team is like cursed and just doesn't really like, deliver the late season success, the championship or just the postseason wins. I feel like those are the fans that are most locked into fantasy because it gives them an excuse to believe in other things. And by week 5, when their team is like 1-4, in the hope it feels lost, you have something else to root for. But
that's hilarious. That's a good theory, honestly. That's not bad.
I wasn't always a Charger fan. I've adopted them since they've moved to LA.
You said you were a Patriots fan in the beginning, right?
Well, that's what I was introduced with. So my uncle's from Maine and my dad is Mexican. So he wasn't like a diehard football fan. But my introduction was, Thanksgiving, Christmas at my uncle's house with the Patriots game on. And if they're winning 3 straight championships, it's easy to root for them.
Yep.
And over the years, just became more interested in the game and started to root for other teams. And then my first year in college was actually in San Diego. So that was kind of like another introduction of like what it's like to live in a city that has a team. Because LA didn't have a team forever, at least since after I was born. I maybe they left.
You were born.
But
yeah, you were. I think you were born probably. We were both born. Not that I'm like 40 years old, older than you. We were both born, I think, after the the Rams moved out of LA into St. Louis.
Yeah. I believe if I'm right on the year, the Chargers made the Super Bowl in 95 and lost.
I think you are right.
And then obviously never made it back. But yeah,
Hey, listen, I will tell you this. I think that this is an interesting year for you guys because I've been a Jim Harbaugh guy for a while. And
easy
not that I mean, he's easy to root for. I also used to like my side of the family. We didn't like the Harbaughs, obviously, because of John Harbaugh being the Ravens coach. And so it was easy for my side of the family to kind of root against the Harbaugh brothers. But it comes to a certain point where he used to be so entertaining on the sidelines. Like, dude, he used to just be so animated and it just got funny. And then the clear answer is the dude's a freaking winner. Like he's won everywhere he's coached at. And so I've always thought like ever since the Chargers got him, they're going to go on a run at some point. Now we can discuss Justin Herbert. And I would actually really like to get in that conversation with you because I'm sure, many people think he's not elite, but there's obviously a good amount of people who think he is elite. The real thing I think this year that's fascinating is what happens to the defense without Minter and what happens to the offense as far as getting Mike McDaniel. I think that hire right there raises the floor and the ceiling of that offense to a dramatic level to where if Herbert is the guy I think he is, I think Herbert is elite. I think he could be a genuine, I don't know if it's Super Bowl contention. I think that they have not only a great fantasy ceiling, but I also do think they have like potentially AFC championship hopes.
It's music to my ears. It's always nice to hear somebody else have a positive outlook for the Chargers because sometimes you can look in the mirror and be like, am I just delusional? Am I just like telling myself this lie just to, give myself hope? But like, since they've acquired Jim Harbaugh, I've actually had the motivation to spend my hard-earned money and go to the stadium and watch in person.
Wow.
Like the Chargers fandom, is notoriously not, present at games. And maybe it's because they don't have their own stadium. Maybe because the people from San Diego are still upset about it, don't want to drive up here, but like you go to a lot of Charger games, and if it's a good team, they either have like 45% of of the seats taken, or
Yes.
possibly even over 50%. There's not the energy. And over the last 2 years, as I've gone to 5 different games, I've never seen them win in person. That's what's hilarious. I
Yeah.
pick good opponents apparently.
The funny thing about that is it's been years since my dad and I went to a Steelers game, and we've been to 4 Steeler games over the last 12 to 15 years, probably. The last time I saw the Steelers win was when I was in 6th grade, and I think that was in 2009 or 2008.
When they won
So
the
it had
Super
been a
Bowl,
while.
09? I think it's
It was
09.
a '08 or '09, one of
Oh,
the 2 years.
no, you're right. It's 08. It's 08. 09
One
is
of the 2.
the Saints, I believe.
Yes. Yeah. No. I'm sorry. What I'm saying is going to a Steelers game
Oh, okay. Okay.
myself and watching them win a game. It's been since like '08 or '09. So like I've been to a lot of games where the Steelers have come up short, and Ben was injured in a lot of those games that I went to. So it's like we got these tickets, so excited to watch Ben play live, and then it ends up being Charlie Batch or Michael Vick or someone else that many people probably don't even know about. Like that's kind of how it went for years with us.
It's they're fun to root for. They're extremely entertaining. Every single play, you really have no idea what's going to happen with them. They're kind of like West Coast Falcons, where they just find a way to choke. However, I think they at least believe now that Harbaugh's there,
Yes.
and they're building something. They actually have a real culture. They're much more
Yes.
physical. And if they can just stay healthy, man, they have so much potential. But they're a team of ifs constantly. And that's why Herbert still has some detractors. Like,
The big
to
time.
pivot back to your question, kind of went on a tangent, but their defense really led the show last year. Without their defense, they would not have been a playoff team. Like go back to the Eagles game, in overtime, the pick right before the end zone that sealed the win for them. There's a lot of plays that the defense delivered on, and without them, they would not have been where they were because they overcame so much. But all of that factoring in, Herbert still had an MVP vote last year. He still played well enough to earn one of those votes, and his O-line was decimated. Obviously, that's going to get better. But most importantly, like you said, the upgrade from Greg Roman to Mike McDaniel, plus the defense maybe taking a step back and offering better game script. I've mentioned this a few times on the channel. I think yesterday I brought it up in detail. Tua's first year with Mike McDaniel, he threw for 4,600 yards.
Electric.
Herbert's second year in the NFL, he threw for 5,000.
Yeah.
So
what did he do his rookie year? Because his rookie year was insane too.
His rookie year, I think he threw for like 46. However, he missed the first game. The first game was Tyrod Taylor against the Bengals. And then week 2, and I always go back to that Chiefs game when I want a good laugh. Herbert just like scrambles. I think it's like mid-second quarter. And I think the safety tries and, wreck him on the sideline. And Herbert just trucks him. And the guy literally like has an instant concussion. Herbert gets up. We're fucking here, baby. Like Herbert's like kind of a sicko. He likes getting hit. Obviously last year, probably not that much, but
he's gamer,
ready,
dude.
man.
He's a gamer. Ready. Like he's a gamer. I kind of have always looked at him and Burrow in a similar light, where it's like these guys like, well, Herbert's got more athleticism naturally than Burrow does, but Burrow was also one of those guys who, and he still kind of is to a certain point. Obviously, injuries have kind of changed his playing style, but like for a while there, Burrow would run through guys, and it's like, bro, what are you doing? Like, we can't afford to lose you. But Herbert was the same way. Like Herbert, dude's like, he's like long as a tree. Like he's like 6'6", and he's probably a good 230, I would imagine, 240. And it's like this guy was fast, and he would run through you, and he would get up and like almost get in your face a little bit. So I've always enjoyed watching Herbert play. That's why I think it's a fascinating year, because it's like for me, from a fantasy perspective, I'm already interested in the Chargers. But from an NFL perspective, I'm like, is this the year they can actually break through and win a playoff game, maybe multiple playoff games, because they can match teams in points again? So That's where I think my interest is in a big way. I really quick, Adam, I hate to do this to you. I do need to run to grab something from the kitchen really quick.
No worries,
So I
brother.
will be right back. Sorry to do that.
No worries at all. I'll take a moment to check in with the chat. Go ahead.
All right. Be back in a minute.
Sounds good. Sorry for everyone in the chat. I've never met Ryan before, so I just wanted to make sure we got off to the stream on a good foot. I really appreciate everyone who's popping in. We got 50 viewers at the moment, and let me bring in y'all real fast. We got Scott, as always, the first comment almost every single time. Thank you, as always, for happening. Good evening to you as well. Good day, Steven. Appreciate you. I'm kind of just going to rip through this as quickly. Shout out Money Ain't a Thing. Boom, shakalaka. We out here, Jiri. You know it. Let's go, James. How you doing tonight? Good evening, Anthony. Sorry about your Spurs, bro. Unfortunately, you'll have another crack at it with Wemby. But we need to know what type of person Adam is, which is why we need to know how much Woody Marks he's drafted. Yo, I've got like maybe 1.5%, 2% skid marks at most. You never see me take him because I never do it. I am not a Woody Marks drafter at all. What's up, Jamie? How you doing? Welcome in. How we doing, Mark? You feel successful. That's good. Let's fucking go, Jonathan. You know it. We out here. What's up, George? How you doing? Nice and blunt. Redaz. I'm not sure what Redaz means, but thank you, Slayton. Welcome in, bro. George, how you doing? Game day stuff is gold. What's up, Danimal? Loving the collabs is Kawasu. Thank you, buddy. 11th pick is Mark. Are we already drafting? We're gonna be drafting very soon, I promise. Once he comes back, we'll probably hop into a nice little draft. We running a Mastiff tonight. Not tonight, A-Rod. Not tonight. Maybe if you want to Venmo me $1,000, sure. Go ahead and do that. If not tonight. Welcome, Hallie. Yo, yeah, I see you in Roundup's chat as well. Appreciate you for popping in, as always. Nice to see you. What's up, First Down? The collab we all needed. It's been in the works for a few weeks. Happy we can get it done tonight, and hopefully we'll do it again. But Mark taking Jefferson and AJ Brown at the 11th pick. That sounds a little unique. Not too bad. Pulling up AJ Brown. Hopefully you get a nice running back in the 3-4 turn. Smashing that likes his game type. Appreciate you, homie. Very much appreciated. And yeah, good vibes so far. Excited for the stream with Fantasy Roundup. Always had a good time watching his live stream in the chat. A-Rod says, as a Cowboy fan, can confirm the theory. Yeah, when your team is out of it, you're a little bit more grateful to have fantasy and just individual players to root for. But yeah, Albie, I did start off as a Patriots fan, and then I lived in Boston during the free Brady era. Y'all are annoying. Y'all are fucking delusional, really fucking spoiled. No one was rooting for the Patriots last year to win that Super Bowl. That's for sure. What's up, Tommy Romero? How we doing? Keith in the house. Let's fucking go. Best ball on call. How you doing, Anthony? Healthy O-line. The Chargers should roll. You'd hope so, right? But there's the curse needs to be broken. Until the curse is broken, I'm still in the back of my mind expecting something to go wrong. But yeah, Wemby will get it done. Just growing pains, you know. It's just part of the journey. But have any pit bulls left? Asked John Tara. Would love to do my last one tonight. I do have at least, I think I do have some pit bulls. I'll check in with Ryan what he would like to do. But just caught up with the chat. And one final thing, just want to let everyone know real fast. If you are new to Underdog, you can sign up with promo code BLUNT. Link is in the description. You'll get $50 in bonus funds after you play your first 5. You also get a 50% deposit match bonus up to $1,000. So if you want to deposit $100, you'll instantly get 50. You enter one puppy for $5, you get an extra 50 tacked on. Promo code BLUNT in the description down below. But welcome back, Ryan.
Yeah.
Nice to see you. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about, or you want to just hop into a draft? We're already like 25 minutes in.
Yeah, we can hop into a draft, man. Why don't we do that? We can keep talking and hop into a draft simultaneously, man.
Sounds good. Is there a lobby of choice you'd like to do? Maybe we start off with a puppy and then work up to a pit bull after a little
That works
experience.
for me. That works for me. It's end of the day, it's your show. So you run it how you want to, man. We'll do the
Sounds good.
puppy and then we can do whatever.
Well, for the first draft, anytime I have a guest, I let them take the reins. You can drive. I won't push back on too many things.
Oh, okay.
Maybe we'll collaborate, but I'm happy to get the extra exposure from an opinion I respect and see where maybe there's some gaps in my portfolio, perhaps some disagreements, or perhaps, some reasons to double down where we agree. So I'm going to hop in. No countdown today. We're hopping in right now. And if y'all want to join us, there's a little delay. We got 6 spots left. Come on down and get it if you want the smoke, if you're not afraid.
Come on in, guys. Let's do it.
Take the spot. We are full. Is there a pick that you hate?
I've
Pick
been
4.
really out on the 109, the 110 range because
Really?
people on
Okay.
my channel, they just kind of know this for a long time. I've been out on Justin Jefferson for the second year in a row. So
Interesting.
last year I was right on it. And the really big reason why is because of JJ McCarthy. Well, this year, like in theory, sure, he's got an upgrade with Kyler. I don't want to take up all the time, like before you make this pick, because you're at the 104, but there's just a lot working against JJ to be in the range that he's going for him to pay off. So I've been really trying to avoid that. Same thing with McCaffrey. Like, I think there's a lot working against McCaffrey. So anywhere from like the 105 or even like the 106 or the 112, I'm much better with those group than I am with like the 109, 110. What about you?
Interesting. I'm not afraid to click Jefferson this year. So maybe we can talk more
Ah,
about that as it comes around. But I don't like pick 5, mostly from a structural standpoint. I'm also not the biggest fan of pick 4, but I do think pick 4 has a more obvious name. I'm Puka Nakua here pretty vehemently. Are you down?
yes.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
no need to overthink it. I think the top 4 are correct. I think 5 is where you have a real argument. And because of how running back just goes on a massive run, usually by pick 19, there's not any left in the second round that I like. I hate
Now,
starting JSN London, so I'm not a fan of pick 5. Sometimes I get
yeah,
weird at pick 5.
that that was what I was interested in asking you about was I you had mentioned on my stream the other night you're not as in on JSN. So I'm very curious what's the thought process behind that?
Well, I think he's a good first round pick. I think in terms of the top 6 receivers, I don't think there's an argument to push him down to the second round. But I'm not convinced that he's wide receiver 3. I'm not convinced that Darnold will be the same player without Clint Kubiak. I worry a little bit about the change at running back on this team. That's definitely important. And while there is no wide receiver 2 to compete for him, the target share is locked in. He's talented enough to believe in. I prefer Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'd rather bet on Detroit and an offense I just know Amon-Ra's consistently been top 4, top 5 year over year. And maybe I'll regret it, but I think JSN is arguably closer to CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson, wide receiver 5 or 6, than like the clear wide receiver 3. So to get perhaps the wrong wide receiver 3 and then get stuck without an RB in round 2, that's where I'm like, I don't mind if I'm a little underweight, but I don't want to
Sure.
be less than like 4% at the end of the
Okay.
day.
Yeah, I think I don't begrudge you for wanting to take him on Raw, that's for sure. Because Amon Ra has been consistent top 3 over the last 3 years. I mean, there's nothing to really fight with as far as having Amon Ra ranked above him, in my opinion. I think that the same can be this is the argument I made today with someone though. The same thing can be applied to Puka in a sense, though, because it's like for at least for me, I know you weren't arguing this, but because the Rams are obviously a better offense than the Seahawks. But where I get kind of caught up with it is that JSN, some people have pointed to that I've seen, well, he just hasn't done this long enough. And it's like, well, has Puka? Because like Puka is basically, he's also 3 years into his career. It's his 4th year coming up. And yeah, he's had a good, like his rookie year was awesome, but JSN's last year was pretty great too. So I think the same can be kind of applied for Puka. that it can be for JSN in a sense. I think that's where I push back with some anti-JSN people. But your argument, I think it makes sense as far as the consistency of him on Raw.
I'll get back on that after this pick. We'll be on the clock right after Montano, friend of the channel. He's watching. I would assume he's a member. I would have preferred Bowers, but London's here. Are you London or Nico, or do you want to get weird?
Personally, I would go with Pickens. That's the way my rankings have it. I would personally prefer Pickens. I think that, when it comes to him and CD, they're just back to back my rankings. They've been like that all off season, and I know they're not going to both finish as top 5 guys, but I think they both have the potential.
I mean, last year Pickens was more productive than Lamb, so there's an argument it'll repeat. He's definitely a stellar player in that offense. For the sake of exposure, I don't mind it at all. So I kind of view it as a similar tier. I would rank him behind Nico and London, but I understand the argument for sure. It's not a pick I'm opposed to. I think the 2-3 turn, the order is not very clear at all once Bowers goes, but we're back on the clock. I like Travis here. I don't mind going a different direction, but we don't have running back yet. We can push it.
Yeah, we can go Travis for sure.
If there was another pick you'd like, who would it be?
It would probably be McBride, just because I really have been in on McBride in the 3rd round cost.
I will take Travis since you're also okay with that. McBride's all right, but I just don't like my structures with McBride. I'm more interested in Bowers if I'm going to go elite tight end.
Sure.
But, when I take McBride, I prefer it to be like at least past pick like 30, 31. But
yeah,
I mix him in a few times. I'm not completely opposed to it.
I've just gotten to the point where watching him go in the 3rd round has become too big of a value for me to pass up on, because, last year obviously was a great year for him and he had Jacoby Brissett. And I think that there's going to be enough games this year where it'll be Brissett driven and the upside is the same. Now, where it becomes questionable is definitely later in the season, when most people think they're going to be a really bad team this year, and then they could possibly just say, let's just see what we have in Carson Beck. And I think at that point, it's like, what happens? Because before Brissett, McBride's touchdown numbers were awful because Kyler is he can't see over his offensive line without a step stool. So it's like, does that happen again if they switch to Carson Beck? But I think just at a 3rd round cost, I'll take the upside on McBride. But yeah, going ETN there, like that's a really like take your vegetables type of pick where you're not going to go wrong with it probably.
It feels like one of the safer directions. I could see the McBride, volume provide more value, but for me, it's kind of just like the Cardinals' touchdown numbers, I think, are going to be really hard to trust. And McBride getting the same production that he just exploded with. There's multiple factors where I'm just not convinced it's going to repeat. And I like Loveland's price. I like Tyler Warren's price. I really love my teams when I just wait on tight end until like Travis Kelce, Dallas Goedert range. Even Chigo Conko is my first. I don't mind that bad either. So structurally, with the price of running back, I like to have one by round 3 or at least round 4. But I should probably take him a little bit more often because he has been falling, and I'm still not like over 2%.
I think a lot of guys who end up falling throughout the offseason, I just find myself taking more of them just because of the opportunity cost. It just gets lower with certain guys, and McBride is one of them right now. I've done the same thing with Neighbors, though. I think Neighbors in the back of the 3rd round is an excellent shot to take, particularly if the guy's healthy in the back half of the year when it matters most in best ball. I think that's a great opportunity to take. I've been taking Rashee Rice and Josh Jacobs for the same reason, though. So
I'm starting to scoop up those fallers for sure. We're back on the clock. I'd prefer to go receiver.
Sure.
But we already have 2. If there's another direction you want, I don't mind.
No, I mean,
call your shot.
The only other direction I would go maybe Travion just for a couple boom games, but
okay.
If
I've seen him fall to the 5th a few times, I'd be willing to push him unless you just really want him.
Yeah, I would go with Terry personally and try to see if I can get a Jaden stack around the 6th.
Let's do that. I I like Travion a lot, but I also feel like he's in the proper tier where if I get Montgomery, it's a little less of a ceiling play, like more floor, but still solid. Swift, I really like, and then
Yes,
I'm
me
coming
too.
around on Tootin and Judkins. Bucky, at this point, it's probably worth a fifth rounder, but I've seen him in the sixth a few times, so sometimes I
Yeah,
still don't take him.
people in my audience know I cannot get on board with Bucky Irving. That is just a pick I have not been able to get on board with, and I definitely can't now that he's a fifth. But no, I definitely prefer Swift over Travion. And Judkins is definitely a guy I like. I'm not as big on Bucky or Tuden or even Monty in this range. I'm not really big on. So if it was my
Yeah,
pick here, I would definitely pick Swift, but he's
he
gone. So
goes. I'm down for Travion as he circles back.
mhm.
Um,
Yeah, I
all
think
good
that's a
with
good
you.
pick. Yeah, I think that's a good pick.
Are you in on Ramondre at all? Are you worried about that in any way, shape, or form? I'm not.
Oh, I mean, I think Vermont. I think it's going to go similar to last year. I think last year is a good precursor for what will happen again this year. I think in a redraft league, you'll have less headache with Ramondre and probably a safer floor. But I also think that especially from a best ball perspective, it definitely makes a lot of sense to go with Travion because of the 30-point upside swings that he can have. And particularly as the season goes on, and Ramondre, older player, a little bit more beat up. Is that when Travion kind of gets a little bit more involved? That's kind of the direction I like to look at Travion. So at one point, I wasn't like as big on Travion in the fifth. I'm coming back around to it just because of the best ball aspect being so high upside, particularly in the late season. What about you?
I believe that if not for pass protection skills, Travion would have run away with that job
Sure.
way, way sooner. And because of just a lack of faith and just Vrabel being a hard ass and just like look at Derrick Henry's first year in the season. Like the Titans
Yeah.
didn't quite allow him to,
It's
be
Vrabel.
Derrick
Yeah.
Henry until he, figured every aspect of the game out. So the news on Travion's that he spent all off season working in just pass protection. As long as that's accurate, that's music to my ears. I was all in on him last year. I've never been a huge Ramondre fan, and I think if the fumbles come back, the 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 rope is a lot shorter this year. Ramondre will get yanked much quicker, I think, because they know the true upside of Travion, and it's just a matter of time. Once they trust him on all three downs, I think Ramondre will quickly start to fade. But it's not like he'll disappear. I just think for the nature of best ball, when I don't have to decide when those spike weeks are coming,
Yeah.
Travion has the highest ceiling of any
Exactly.
player in this
Exactly.
round.
And that's where I ultimately fall with it is like you don't have to make the start sit decisions. It's not as big of a headache.
Yeah, it's just kind of talent, and even if you get a player that's like all or nothing, that's honestly kind of better because most of their points are consolidated in a few games instead of being
Yes.
spread out, and then when they
Yeah.
hit your bench, less of the percentage of the points missed are accounted for. What would you like here?
Well, Jaden's
uh
gone, so that kind of screws up the plan.
Honestly, I wouldn't be opposed to taking Herbert and then just QJ in the next round if you wanted, but only
Sure,
6 seconds.
sure. That's fine with me. Why don't you do that?
Fuck it. I think he's the MVP this year. And like Burrow unstacked
Tee.
is a little hard to, yeah, like Burrow unstacked, you get the points, but also like that's probably not the way to win in week 17. You know what I mean?
I feel like with Burrow, it's like I've got a good amount of Burrow. And it's only because I've taken in basically every single T team I have or every single Jamar team I have, I'm getting Burrow. And I've been like known to do it around early in my drafts. I get him the fifth if I have
Okay.
Jamar. Like if I have T at the back of the first round, I'll wait and get Joe Burrow in the sixth. But if I have Jamar, I'm getting him in the fifth round. So with him unstacked though, there's just I think that there's just not enough. And there's more quarterbacks in his range that I'm like, I like the rushing upside better, or I like another stack potential that I have a little bit later.
I hate round 7. So
Yeah.
I love that you approve this plan. Uh,
You're running the
unless
show, man. You're running the
unless you
show.
vehemently want Dak.
No, I mean you just picked Herbert, so I don't have
uh,
tremendous
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. This is your money, man. This is your money. So this is ultimately up to you, man.
I think he's worth this pick, man. I really do. Like, I mean, just look at Mike McDaniel's decision. The Eagles wanted him. The Eagles have the money to pay him. The Eagles make some of the best decision making, best front offense in the league, arguably. And McDaniel said no. McDaniel wanted to go to the Chargers, a better situation. And I think,
Yeah.
like, like the Dolphins fucked up. They drafted Tua one spot ahead of Herbert. McDaniel, I'm sure, is just like so happy now to have that mistake rectified in terms of his coaching ability.
Well, I think he said to himself, I can actually choose the quarterback I originally wanted, because I don't think when he came in, he had, well, that was before his time, before he actually became the head coach. He was like, oh, I actually get to pick the quarterback I want. Yeah, I'll go to Herbert. And I think that really kind of gets to my point. Eagles fans don't like me, and they think I hate them. I do not hate the Eagles, I promise you. Gets me back to my Jalen Hurts point, which is I don't think Hurts is that good. And for me this year, like, it's not that the 6th-round price on Hurts is bad. It's actually not. Like, compared to previous years, 6th-round price, I'm fine with that. It's the quarterbacks going around him. The quarterbacks going around him, I would rather take May. I would rather take Caleb. I'd rather take Jaden. I'd rather take Burrow. I'd rather take Herbert than I would rather take Jalen Hurts at this point. So I don't mean to stir up Eagles fans in the comments. I'm just saying that's been my belief of Jalen this offseason. I don't know how you feel about that.
I think from the value of, like, he's cheaper than he's ever been before, from that standpoint, I mix it in. You can easily stack him with Lemon like the team next to us just did if you want. But I think the ADP at quarterback is close to correct, but not fully correct. I do have Herbert over Hurts. So for me, it's Allen, Lamar, then Drake May. And then people can disagree, but my QB4 is Herbert. Then it's Jaden. Then it's Caleb. Then it's Hurts. And then it's Burrow. And then it's T-Law and Mahomes. But we're coming back on the clock. Dowdle would have been my favorite pick here, but he's off the board.
I personally would go with Michael Wilson here. I think Michael Wilson is a great value in this range, to be honest with you.
I don't take too much of him, so let's take him here. We got 5 receivers already, and as wide receiver 5, I think the boom bust nature, high risk but very high reward at ADP. No problem with that. He's fallen far enough where I'm more willing to click it. But I don't have a ton of him, I'll be honest.
Because there was a time where he was going in like the 6th, 7th round. So it's like, give me him if I can get him in the 8th, 9th round, like, I'm gonna auto hammer that pick almost every time. Like, I've taken tons of him personally.
When he was back to back with Harrison, I was definitely more pro Harrison.
I'm
still not that excited to click Harrison. So for the discount, I'll tolerate. The Cardinals in general, I think, are all a little overpriced. But I think if Harvey makes it back, I'd be down for Harvey at this price.
Yeah, I think that was also kind of a strategic move I was thinking of, was that Harvey would be available because of the recent news about him. So Harvey in the 9th, I think, is a great pick.
I might have missed it. What's the recent news on Harvey?
So essentially, it came out, what was it, yesterday or the day before, that he had a shoulder surgery in the offseason to repair, I think it was a torn labrum in his shoulder that he suffered in the AFC Championship game. So naturally, at this time of the year, not much news going on. People look to any piece of news and they really hyper-focus on it, and it makes players fall, makes players rise to a ridiculous level. RJ's been falling a little bit over the past couple days for that reason. So my thought was, if we get Wilson here, chances are good Harvey's going to be back around.
I'm glad he made it back. Definitely my preferred running back once Gainwell's off the board. But the Broncos are kind of weird. It's like, I want to believe that Harvey's the most valuable, but the Coleman edition makes it a little crowded, a little tricky. But Dobbins, you kind of just can bet will get hurt, and
unfortunately,
at that point, Harvey will probably just get back to the goal line job. So he feels like the safest. Of the
What's
three.
Unfortunate is that JK is the best back. Like, he is in the backfield, and I think that it's just a bummer that you have to factor in the injuries. You have to factor them in
Yeah.
because he just hasn't been able to stay healthy up to this point in his career. So it's just one of those situations where the price of JK has led me to taking a lot more of him lately. But I've taken a lot of Harvey because I do see obviously the pass catching upside being there. And just because the dude does have a nose for the end zone. Like, I will say that you can't take away 12 touchdowns. That's a lot. And in
Yeah.
an offense that's going to be better this year with the addition of Waddle to make them more consistent, that's a price I'm willing to invest in, even though I think JK is the better running back of the two.
JK had, I mean, his entire career, he's had really productive yards per carry numbers. Harvey wasn't even like close to 4 yards per carry.
Oh, man.
So from that standpoint, I fully agree with you. But I think just the usage rate, it's like, unless you get 2 touchdowns from Dobbins, there's just no chance you're getting more than like 16 points.
Well, there's also no receiving upside.
Yeah, he doesn't catch any passes. It's just not how Peyton decides to use him. So it's like there was that game last year, I think it was against the Raiders, where he had like 16 carries and like cracked 100 yards, like barely.
Yeah.
And it was like this huge headline in the game. Sean Payton, and for like first time in 5 years, has 100-yard rusher in one game. And like, I don't think he scored a touchdown. Dobbins gave you like 10.2 points. It was like, that's great, but you know, that's just a floor play. I need touchdowns, and I need those 20-point games. Harvey, even before Dobbins went down, offered a few of those.
Yeah, he's got more ability to give that for you. There's no question.
We are coming back. We could go Kyler unstacked for the rushing upside. I wouldn't hate it. We could also stack up Shuck with Travis if you want, but Kyler unstacked makes some sense.
I personally would go with Shuck to stack him with ETN. I think Shuck's a better player. If you really want to go Kyler, though, I'm not going to.
Like I said, I kind of steered you towards Herbert and QJ. Otherwise, I've given you the reins on every other pick. But the stack makes a lot of sense. And given your stance on Jefferson, I'm not shocked that you're a little anti-Kyler.
Yeah, it's just I like I said, I don't want to take it because that's a long conversation. Because obviously, like he's great. Like I'm never debating the talent of JJ. The whole problem is there's a lot of factors working against him, and Kyler historically not great with wide receiver ones from a fantasy perspective. So yeah, it's a longer conversation. I don't want to take up the whole show with it, but yes. It's tougher waters to get into on a live stream because people will attack you for being anti-JJ. I
mean, at least from a ADP standpoint, at this late, I feel like it's kind of worth mixing in. But for the stack as well, I'm not upset. I like the Saints offense a lot this year. So
yeah, I do
that's the direction you want to go in. Fine by me. Baker's still there.
I like Bill here. I like Bill. Oof. What do you know?
I'll take him, man. But boy, I've become very pro Katron in the last 72 hours.
All right,
and then I've always kind of believed that Rashad is just not gonna come off the field enough to give Bill the reins. Like Bill had every opportunity last year to take the job, and Christian Rodriguez just dominated on the goal line. JCM had a few pop weeks, but like his big games were like he just kind of went untouched in the end zone, and I just kind of don't quite believe that he will elevate his game enough. Katron is Penn State's all-time leading rusher. There's a lot of other names to compete with there.
So is it just because you're bigger on Katron the prospect? Because you said over the last 72 hours, is there news that I'm missing?
No, I had a guest on the channel who is very vehemently pro Katron, and he had just bullet point after bullet point. And I've been reluctant to click Bill in the first place, so I've kind of just officially pivoted to Katron now.
Yeah, I think for me it's not necessarily that I'm like pro Bill. I'm not necessarily pro Bill, but my thing is that the backfield is what I'm trying to invest in.
Okay.
So like the way I've been proceeding, I'm almost 200 drafts deep in just 2026 regular season best ball. I've got I've got an equal amount of large shares of Rachaad White and Bill because I
Okay.
don't truly know which one of them will be favored. Because it's easy to say Rachaad White, I think, because Rachaad White's a do-it-all back. He's also a receiving back. But the thing with this Washington backfield, when you have a rushing quarterback, your red zone opportunities and your efficiency running the ball is just a lot higher because of the defensive threat that they have to acknowledge with the quarterback with legs. So with Bill, the dude had 8 rushing touchdowns last year, like kind of sneakily. So I don't know if it's that different. Now, when it comes to Katron Allen, again, it's from the perspective of the Washington backfield. I want in on them. So I will take opportunities to take Katron Allen. Probably taking 20 shares of him at this point. So I'm with you on taking Katron. I just want a piece of the backfield, whatever way it is. So, like later in the draft, for example, I wouldn't mind going with Katron Allen.
The point I will acknowledge you should remember and keep in mind and is worth betting on Bill a little bit. He has the most top end breakaway speed in that backfield. So I think from a house call perspective, if somebody's going to score a touchdown from 60 yards out in Washington, I mean, if it's not Jaden Daniels, it would probably be JCM. But I'm just not convinced that he can just like they brought in 3 new running backs to that team, even though they let go Chris Rodriguez. Like I just don't think he's a good enough pass catcher or pass protector to keep Rashad off the field. And then I just believe that Katron can outperform him on the goal line. And that's where I worry about the snap share. But I agree the backfield in totality is valuable. And it's worth mixing in. I don't want to be zero JCM, but I don't love taking him above ADP.
Fair enough.
We're back on the clock. We could take Gadsden for the stack.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Gadsden makes sense.
I do like Shaheed a little bit, but I think we can still get a good option in the next round. So if you're down for Gadsden, let's do it.
Yeah, definitely, because I don't think we even have a tight end before Gadsden.
No, that's our tight end 1.
Yep.
Okonkwo goes. I do really like Chig as well, but for the stack, makes sense to scoop up Gadsden first.
Yeah, I think I actually now they're close to me. Chig and Gadsden are close, but I actually people in my audience on my streams they know like it's a pro Chig chat. It's a pro Chig chat.
Chig is a very good pick, and at least at the moment has far less target competition than Gadsden. So
correct.
If you wanted Chig first, I wouldn't mind. I've seen Gadsden also fall into the 150s.
I have seen that as well.
I wouldn't mind getting another tight end in this valuable range here.
Wouldn't mind it either.
Would you prefer a quarterback, though?
I would definitely prefer Trey Tucker. That's my pick.
We will take him.
You really are letting me take the reins here.
For the $5 puppy, I don't see the point in pushing back when it's a 20-second clock, and I'm getting to know your picks, and you're the guest. More than happy to do it. If we do the Pitbull next, though, there will be some more vetoes, perhaps.
Sure.
I don't think I'm taking JCM in the Pitbull. I'll be honest.
Like I said earlier, this is your money you're spending, so don't worry about me. I'm just a talking head. That's what I am right now.
I'm all good with it. I skipped this real fast, but wanted to get back to it. Rendon asked favorite draft spot so far this year. Do you have any spot you really love?
I would say the 103 has been one of my favorites. I just love getting Jamar, and I love the range of receivers that gets back in the second round as well. And then getting the opportunity of the Burrow stack in the 5th round. Early for some, I'll take that spot personally. 112 I've enjoyed as well. I've enjoyed doing double running back at the 112-201 range. What about yourself?
I would say pick 2. I really like. I wish Gibbs was still the 102, but I don't love being at the bookend as much as just like the pick right before the turn.
Sure.
And then I also really like the other side of the board. I've gotten very unlucky. I have so many picks at like 7 and 8. And so I just kind of mix things up there just not to be super repetitive. But the bookends or like 2 and 3, 10 and 11 typically are like my favorite spots to be in because you can kind of like look at the turn, see what you might get to circle back and maybe maybe bully the other league mates in that pocket there on the short
Yeah.
turn.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Makes sense.
I
Makes
think
sense
Trey
to
Tucker
me.
is one of the better picks in this range. So
I've become real big on Trey Tucker recently. I mean, even from just like a redraft perspective, I'm getting more on him. Like the best ball quality definitely is like, okay, the guy proved last year he can have like enormous games out of nowhere. But
mhm.
with Clint Kubiak in there, dude's on a contract year, sneaky 90 targets last year. Nothing really done about the receiver room. Smells like a breakout to me.
At the moment, there's really no argument to fade him. I'm also not really like a believer that just because somebody gets over 10 mil in free agency at receiver, they're gonna pop year one. Like Naylor, I don't think is just like guaranteed for anything. Like look at Gabe Davis when he signed for 13 mil in
It was a
Jacksonville.
nothing burger. Yeah.
Yeah, before the year's over, instantly gone. And at least when that happened, we trusted Gabe Davis more than Naylor right now. I mean, I don't want to project it's just a one for one, but Tutu Atwell got 10 million last year, was pretty worthless, and nobody really wants to sign in Vegas in the first place. So they got to overspend when they got a lot of cap space. It's not as inspiring as Tucker when I kind of know what he's able to do on the team that drafted him.
Correct.
We are back on the clock. Would love Juwan Johnson here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Great fall, perfect stacking partner,
Yep.
and a
Mhm.
great value. So instant click.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I back to Jalen Naylor. The thing with it is that like I don't think it's a question that Jalen Naylor will be involved this year at some capacity. It's just like we haven't seen the dude do anything in his career. Like he's been a depth piece basically for Minnesota his
Mm-hmm.
entire career. Like they've had Addison pretty early into Naylor's career, and then they also, of course, have JJ. So it's like we have no idea whether he's actually going to be good or not. With Trey Tucker, we've seen enough evidence for me where it's like, okay, this is a real player. Like he's actually got a lot of athleticism and something they could work with offensively.
We're back on the clock. If you want a third quarterback, I wouldn't mind Mendoza.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
yeah.
I do like Sean Tucker in this range. B Rob's not bad, but
I, I like
um,
I like Mendoza. Makes sense for the stack.
yeah, with Tucker for sure. I'm sure the Bowers drafter next to us is fucking pissed, but I don't care.
What are you
That's not
gonna
my
do about
problem.
it, man? What are you gonna do?
Yeah, he has three quarterbacks already. He's fine.
Yeah, he's gonna be sleeping okay tonight, I think.
Yeah. So Montano Montano drafts a lot. Not too worried. I think he can forgive me down the road. Uh,
Montana Nomada. I liked that. I like it. Well, yeah, I think this one's gone pretty good so far. This is definitely looking more like a me influenced draft. I will say that. So
there's
I'm
not
curious
many
to see.
clicks I wouldn't make. Like there's a few that are not high exposed on my team. Obviously the Herbert QJ that's my influence for sure. But for me it's just the Michael Wilson JCM exposure that's different. Otherwise every click is something I'm making typically as well.
So you mentioned earlier that you're not against Wilson, right? It's just like kind of something you've just not done lately for
I
no particular reason.
I think he's fallen far enough where I'm willing to reconsider him, but I also think the floor is so low that there's still some other names in that range I'm not opposed to trusting and just knowing what I'm going to get with a little more confidence. Like
Sure.
when we took him, we passed on Downs. I think Downs is a very safe bet right now. I also really like Pittman. I would not take Wilson over. I mean, behind Myers or Golden. I would take him above them as much as I really like Golden. But
Yeah, me too.
Worthy is very spike week, up and down, high variance type of player. So that's kind of the same tier. But I understand the argument for Worthy. There's the bring back with the Chargers, so I kind of take Worthy a little more often. And then Pearsall, I would take above Wilson as well. But like they're all in like the same tier. I think now that he's like round 8 or round 9 especially, that's fine. I'm willing to do that just because when he hit last year, holy shit, he was lights out.
Yeah, no, I think I we definitely fall into the same category as far as like everyone's got players that it's like I don't dislike this player, I just haven't taken much from him. I actually fall into that category with Herbert. Like Herbert, I
Okay.
actually don't have much exposure to, not because I don't like him, I do, but there's just builds I usually do that don't line up with a quarterback that early, or I get one earlier. So I'm kind of in the same boat in that sense.
I would love Pat Fryermuth here as our third tight end. I think it really shores up the position.
Let's
But
do it,
if you don't
man.
want to do that, that's
No, I'd say let's do it.
oh okay. I think I was just the volume cut out briefly.
Oh
Sweet,
yeah, no.
sweet.
I I the Muth, I think his price is okay. I don't think that like it's so late that it's like whatever.
Uh huh.
I personally do like to take a couple shots on Darnell Washington,
Okay.
the the second string tight end. I think he's a dude who could really have, because Rodgers really liked him last year. But I think I've taken the Muth a couple times. I can accept that.
With no Johnu, it's probably worth mixing in Washington. We're back on the clock. Do you want running back or wide receiver?
I'd probably would go with like a Ray Davis pick or Mike
Okay, just
Washington pick.
we'll go Ray
Yeah.
Day. Um,
Yeah, we kind of ran out of time on that one, so
Ray Day is fine though. I loved Ray Day last year, and unfortunately Ty Johnson kind of buried me a little bit. But if James Cook misses time, like Ray Davis is the play, and then it's also possible like week 17, the Dolphins are just dead so fast. Maybe Ray Davis has like a blow up second half.
either that or the Bills have already clinched and they're resting starters. I mean, one of the two is
Possible.
possible.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't hate. I've actually kind of gotten a little bit more on board with taking a swing at Ray Davis there. Katron Allen would have been my preferred had he made it around to us, but Ray Davis I've gotten more on board with just because of the fact that from a carries perspective, Ray Davis will be the guy, but Ty Johnson definitely is like, I mean, he's going to be their pass catching back again if anything were to happen to Cook. And even in some games where Cook is there, like Ty Johnson has stepped in and taken over receiving duties in some circumstances. That's kind of like one of the reasons I think people aren't as big on Cook as a first rounder this year, because it's like there has been a ceiling there that we all think he could be a better pass catcher, but at the same time, we haven't really seen it because they don't like to do that with him. I found the James Cook discussion to be interesting this offseason. Where do you sit on him?
I think he is pretty perfectly priced. However, the pocket where he goes, I can understand if you think he should fall to like pick 14. There's kind of an even tier, but I understand why he's like the top of it once CMC and Taylor are off the board. Because if you look back to his track record, he did not pop until Joe Brady became the offensive play caller.
Correct.
That it's very like directly correlated with Joe
Correct.
Brady. So for him to take over, it's kind of just locks in their offensive identity. Nothing's going to change. They're not drafting anyone to address the position, and they gave him the big contract last year. So there's really no demerits or red flags anymore. It's just kind of like, does he stay healthy? And if he does, we're getting the Bills running back on a player that scored 18 touchdowns 2 years ago. I think 14 or 15 last year. Like
Quite a bit.
it's kind of just money in the bank. So he's a very safe click. There's not like if he falls to the second round, I think it's an instant decision. But I do love myself Hampton. Genty's not bad. James Cook is the next one in my ranks.
I personally don't have a problem with the price. I just have encountered people who do have the problem. And some of the reasons I've seen cited is like, well, the ceiling has just been X. Like the ceiling is RB6 or RB5 or something like that. And this is it's a smaller frame running back who's another year older. Do we really think he takes a leap into top 3 territory? That argument I could sort of understand. But to me, I'm with you. I don't have a problem with the price. Like I've taken a lot of James Cook in the back of the first. I do think it's interesting what that conversation becomes sometimes.
We have one final click. I would say down here, if we were trying to stack, I'd be either like Devon Vele or I even mix in Brennan Thompson, but that might be overkill for you.
Well, I mean, Brennan Thompson's actually fine for me. I was going to say either him or Bryce Lance. So one of the two.
Um, we can have a discussion. I haven't taken Bryce Lance too often, so I'd be willing to do it.
Yeah,
I
let's
like
do
Brant.
that.
Okay.
Brennan Thompson, I've taken him a couple times because of the deep threat opportunity, and it's a hand-picked pick from Mike McDaniel, apparently. So, like, I wouldn't have had an issue had we done that. Bryce Lance, to me, I do think has some similar upside on a higher scale than Brennan Thompson does. And maybe that's not right. Maybe Trey Harris isn't as involved as I think he is. I think a lot of me not picking Thompson as much as a result of Trey Harris in my belief that he breaks out this year.
I I think Trey Harris is definitely more valuable, but I think for the nature of best ball, I feel kind of confident projecting like 3 deep shot touchdowns for Brennan Thompson. This just like
Sure.
the other 14 games, he might max out at like 1.5 point, like
Yeah.
literally no real value. But like there's just going to be some deep shots that Mike McDaniel sets up. And like some of Herbert's biggest highlight reel plays are to guys like Jalen Guyton
Yes.
or Darius. Like even last year, KLS scored a touchdown in week
Uh-huh.
17. Like
Yeah.
Herbert don't give a shit. Like he'll throw a 40-yard touchdown to Will Dissly if he has to. Like
Exactly. No,
so
that stuff happens a lot for sure in that offense.
to bet on speed, no one else this late has a 4.26. So I'll take it
I think
sometimes.
Lance is 4.3. I think he's low 4.3. So he's close.
Lance is fast as fuck. Lance is a really good player, especially with the Olave blood clot situation. Like, who
Yes.
knows? Maybe something materializes. I take Vele more often if I go this late on New Orleans, but I was scooping up Bryce in round 20 in the pre-draft. I liked his profile a
Yes.
little bit, and
Yeah. I took a
could
lot of
be
Vele last year.
okay.
That came through for a couple weeks towards playoff time, but other than that, I feel like the Bryce pick was kind of a let's move on from a guy like Devon Vele pick. But like I said, I've taken Thompson probably 5 times, and I've probably taken Bryce like 10 times. If I'm doing a stack, like it makes sense. But we had both options, so I like this
Yeah,
one.
I also like getting different. I haven't clicked Bryce in a minute, but I've been thinking about it, just never pulled the trigger. All right, let's recap this team. We got Herbert in round 6, but I think it's worth it. I think it's the appropriate value personally. Tyler Shuck stacked up with Travis and Bryce Lance, and then Mendoza with Trey Tucker at a nice 172. How many games do you think Cousins plays before Mendoza comes in?
We've had this conversation on my channel a couple times. I think that they'll start Cousins as long as they can because it seems like the ultimate goal is let's get the guy under center and be comfortable. So the realistic fact is I don't think Cousins will be good enough to play long enough. So I'm going to say 6 is how many Kirk Cousins plays. What about you?
I think that's more than I would give him. I think it's going to be like Russell Wilson, maximum 4 games. But if they're not winning game 3, what's the point? So I if I had to guess, it's going to be like Russell Wilson. Week 4 is when we'll see Mendoza. That's my guess because I haven't looked at their. It's not like I memorized the Raiders schedule, but I know week 2 they get the Chargers. They're losing that game big time. And
someone was reading me the schedule recently, and I think it sounded tough. Actually, their September slate I think is actually kind of tough. If I'm remembering correctly, yeah. Let's pull it up.
Take a quick peep before we get back to the rest of the team. But it's an interesting discussion. They're versus Miami, so maybe never mind. They probably win week 1, but at Los Angeles, at the Saints, and then versus Kansas City,
New England, Buffalo, Los Angeles. That's a rough October stretch right there.
Maybe you're right. Maybe if they win week 1, especially if they win week 3 at New Orleans, then yeah, Cousins probably has longer runway, and that Jets game would be like the most ideal start for Mendoza. So maybe I'm too confident, but
I mean,
I also just
range,
like don't really see the point in like waiting too long. But you know, Mahomes waited his rookie year. Maybe it's worth it.
But the difference between that one is that Alex Smith actually had chops. Like at that point of
Yeah,
his career, Alex Smith could play. Kirk, I'm not sure about at this point.
no, the Chiefs were actually a playoff team. If the
Yes,
Raiders win 7 games, that's kind of
that's a
an impressive upgrade.
yes, yes.
But for the value, the guy up top that I'm willing to plant my flag on, the good QB2 that, I mean, I'm sure you looked at this, his last 5-6 games, he was averaging 19 and a half fantasy points per game. Shuck was actually pretty consistent down the stretch there.
Yeah, I think for me, it's more of an investment on Kellen Moore's offense. I think
Yeah.
that's where I get intrigued, is because I'm a Red Raider, Reckham Tech. Like, so Tyler Shuck actually spent a little time with the Red Raiders.
Okay.
And so I'm kind of rooting for him, but I didn't see enough last year where I'm like super excited about it. It's more so from the investment on the offensive side of the ball, with obviously Kellen Moore being a guy I really believe in, and also getting Jordan Tyson at the like in the top 10 is no joke. That was my number one receiver in this class, and if Olave's there, then him and Tyson could form a real wide receiver core. So I think and having ETN out of the backfield, I think is fantastic. So I think that there's just a lot there that if Shuck were to succeed, I think it exceeds his draft price if he succeeds. I'm not sure if he will, but I think it's worth a shot to take.
He's the last one at quarterback where I feel comfortable having as the second option, and like I know what I'm going to get. Once Baker comes off the board and Shuck, they're usually kind of back to back. Once we hit Willis, I'm like, yikes, this is not as safe anymore. So I like it. And then Mendoza, I think in that offense, their defense isn't good enough to prevent a lot of garbage time and like potential shootouts. So him with Bowers, I think is going to be fun. And I'm still kind of the belief that they're going to sign someone like Diggs. I think there's another name possibly coming
Diggs,
in.
Debo. I mean, I think that Tyreek doesn't make sense to me there. Vegas, he can get in too much trouble. Diggs, same thing. I think at this point, it's like, is he worth the problem he could bring? I don't know if that's the case in Las Vegas. Debo to me feels like a natural fit, kind of a pros pro type of guy. Keenan would fit, except for the fact that he's been a Charger and he's been a loyal Charger. So it's like, how likely is that to happen? Debo to me is probably the number one name I'm watching with the Raiders. And I don't think any of those guys will get signed before training camp. So it'll be interesting to see. But I kind of expect it to.
Yeah, they've got some good outs, and they just kind of seem like players that maybe they won't skyrocket 50 picks, but they'll probably move up once they sign. And at least for CLV, it's worth taking. But our running back room is a little shaky. Maybe it's just the JCM that makes me like scared, but like Travis might not be the most elite RB1, but he can definitely finish top 5 any given week. I trust him, and I'm kind of the mindset that Kamara might fall off for a little bit, or at least not be used anywhere near what he was before. Kamara couldn't score any fucking touchdowns last year. He was terrible on the goal line. So I trust the money spent with Travis quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, he's not the same player he was, and he never will be again. So I feel the same. I think ETN is my RB1. It's not the best, but I'm not upset with it. I think
He's
more
serviceable.
so for me. Yes, serviceable. I think more so for me, it's actually Travion as my RB2. I prefer him as my RB3. I just would want probably a little more consistency there from my RB2, and I don't feel like we're going to get that from Travion. So that's, I think, where I feel the same as you at running back, which is like, I think this could go awry, but on any given week, I think that collection of guys could score a lot of points for you.
Well, this is kind of what I was talking about with why I don't like pick 5, and pick 4 is kind of in the same boat where like once Derrick Henry's off the board, it's like, how much do you really trust these running backs to be in your lineup with like high production every week? You can kind of get boxed out sometimes. So that's where I think you're at a bit of a disadvantage. Picks 4 and 5, and not as much with 3 because you have Chase and it feels a little better. But I agree. The Travion bet has to take a big step in terms of the touch share. to deliver. But he
That was
he
a
can spike. He
that
can be
was a
worth it.
cool looking cat that came by the screen. That was
Oh
pretty
yeah,
cool.
yeah. That's Leia. She's my Bengal. She wants a little attention and maybe some food. But
Hi, Leia.
yeah,
You're a
you,
cute
you
kitty.
you said your parents were Bengal fans. Well, she's
Well,
a Bengal herself,
no,
or your mom.
my mom's side of the family is Bengals fans. We are in. My mom has been converted to a Steelers fan over
Okay.
time, and same thing I'm doing with my wife. So that runs the family. But that's a beautiful cat. Actually, I never seen a cat striped like that. Actually,
She knows it. She she gets away with a
yeah,
lot of shit. Uh, yeah, they're kind of a more recent breed. Like I don't think they've existed for more than like 200 years and stuff. But it's like a mix of not a tiger. That's not where like Bengal comes from. There's like this like small jungle cat from India that's mixed with like this Egyptian kind of like tabby type of, I believe that's the mix, but maybe don't quote me on that. I might be wrong, but yeah, she's gorgeous and
yeah,
she knows
she
it.
is. She is. She's strutting around.
So let's pray for the best on Travion. I feel like that's the pick that may decide our fate. But Harvey, when he hits our lineup, should be pretty high upside. JCM, I'm willing to trust you, but this scares me quite a bit. And then if James Cook goes down, we're in business here with Ray Day. But the Travis Travion bet for sure our most critical aspect. But receiver
Yeah.
feels amazing.
It's great.
Receiver,
Yeah, the receiver room is fantastic, actually.
Puka Pickens, Terry is the third, QJ stacked. I mean, if Michael Wilson offers those 16 target games again, we've got, maybe too much invested on the bench, but Trey Tucker with some massive spikes and then the swing on Bryce Lance, we can afford it. Good little stacking partner. And then tight end, we can get some flex contribution, but at least every week, I think we get at least like 7 points here and hopefully another touchdown to put us over the top. But Gadsden stacked, Juwan stacked, and then the floor of Fryermuth. I'm happy with everything except maybe the running back depth.
Except Bill. Except Bill. Everybody except Bill is good on this team. No, this is a good team. I probably have some more confidence in it because I do think Bill. It's not even that I think Bill is the guaranteed RB1. I told you it's like an even split between Bill and Rachaad White for me right now. The bottom line is the upside in the backfield. As long as Jaden's healthy, it's got a lot of upside. So I'm willing to take that price point and shoot my shot at the upside.
It's fair. I think if we get an 8 touchdown season like we did last year, then you're going to be laughing to the bank. I will be wrong. I just haven't. Last year I loved Bill. Last year in May I was taking Bill when he was going undrafted. I was like round 18. I'm pulling up JCM.
Oh,
And then
you were in on him before the Bill hype train.
Oh yeah, I didn't. I mean, I've watched Eckler fall off a cliff. Watching the Chargers, so I didn't believe that he was going to stay healthy. And then the only other real competition didn't inspire me at all. So they ended up trading Brian Robinson, but I already thought that JCM could beat him for the job. So I was like, I don't like this B-Rob click in the 8th. Eckler, I know is going down. So you're giving me someone that's dirt cheap and unique. I'm willing to look foolish in round 18, but if I hit, then I look like a genius. So I just saw the value proposition of like, oh, I can publicly be on the JCM train and say I told you so. Let's go for it.
That makes a lot of sense. And kudos to you for being on that train early because I didn't really start taking Bill until he became the hype train that he became. And for me, I got stuck with tons of shares of freaking Brian Robinson because I was like, of the same belief as you, where it's like Eckler at this point of his career, I don't see it. And then I'm going to be the one with Brian Robinson, who I think is going to be the running back one. That didn't work. That didn't work great at his price point. It became a real expensive handcuff back to CMC that never did much. So Props to you
Yeah.
for spotting Bill early.
I mean, you have some hits, some misses. I did get out on Bill though once he rose to like round 12 and above. Like I took it once or twice just for the, the vibes and like just to say I did, but like it felt so gross once he was like above pick 130. I was like, this feels excessive.
Yeah,
So yeah, some of my hits in the late rounds last year were Bill until he got too expensive. I took a lot of Torrey Horton, which was great until he got
I did
hurt.
too.
Tesla was solid, but not like explosive. Um, there's and then I took QJ a ton as he trickled down the board. That
Oh, I
was
took so much QJ last year. It was ridiculous,
yeah,
actually.
that was
Yeah,
valuable.
QJ was a huge hit for me as well.
Had a lot of Daniel Jones too,
Did you really? Oh,
yeah,
I wasn't as in on that one.
especially in Superflex. I had like 20% Jones in Superflex,
Interesting.
but
That is fascinating right there.
given his injury, it became a moot point once you're in the final weeks. So
Yep,
it
for
is what it is.
sure.
He helped me
The,
get
the
there.
the late round shots to take are always some of the more fun discussions, in my opinion, because it's like if
Mhm.
you hit on one of them, even just one, like you could really change the fortunes of an entire team in best ball. In redraft, it's different because it's like then you have to decide, are they actually worth starting over a fourth round pick? But in best ball, that's out the window. It's all completely dependent on what their score is on a week to week basis, and you don't have to make that decision. So I love the conversations of like getting into what do you do in round 18, round 17, round 16. Those are always fun because they can make a huge difference.
I would like to pivot to our win loss pick game, but do you
Sure.
have an extra minute or two to do a couple team reviews? I got members that I offer a team review
Yeah,
for,
of course.
and
Of
we
course.
only have two in the lobby with us, so we'll go
You
kind of
do it,
quickly. But
man.
we got Frank King of Kings had the 101 with us. Uh, I'll list it off, and then you can give me your quick feedback. He has a 2682 from the 101 with Lamar at 49, Burrow at 72. He's got Gibbs, Dobbins, Kenneth Gainwell, Algier, Tyjae Spears, and Dylan Sampson. With Gibbs, it feels great. I love clicking Gainwell.
So
Not the
do I.
most fond of this depth down here, but Dobbins is pretty good until he gets hurt. Anything with Gibbs, gonna work out. But then
Yeah.
he took Flowers at 24 and Higgins. He pulled up both of them, knew what he was planning. He got the Ravens Bengals bring back with both of them stacked. JMO at the 4-5 turn, Parker Washington, Rashid Shaheed, McMillan, Surratt, and Yoshivas. So also the final 2-round back stack. And his tight end room is Kelsey and Mark Andrews. Pretty balanced, well correlated, kind of bold, especially with some of the reaches. But at least with the bring back, it makes a lot of sense. And these two quarterbacks are great. Any thoughts from you?
Yeah, I think I personally really like that team. I have actually created a couple Lamar Burrow teams myself. And the trouble you can kind of run into is that running back this like the disparity between JK and Gibbs is so enormous. I
Right.
think for me, had it gone a different way with JK and Kenny G, I wouldn't have liked the running back room as much. But Kenny G is a guy I've really liked taking in that range. I think it's a great RB3 option if you're kind of going a more, not necessarily zero RB approach. Obviously, having Gibbs isn't zero RB, but if you're going to be taking a while before your next running back pick, you need to hit on the right guys. For me, Kenny G is one of those guys. I think JK is in the conversation for one of those guys as well. Algier, I think, is going to have a role. It's just going to be on a bad offense. So it probably won't amount to much. Tyjae, maybe you can mix in a 17, 19-point game here or there. Samson, I think, does have a secret role. So I actually think he recovered really well at the running back position right here.
He got a really nice fall on Algier at 168. It's totally worth it. And then also with Samson, 21 picks as well.
Big fall, yeah.
So gotta take that value every now and then. And then receiver feels great. Any stance on Parker Washington in the Jags receiving room? I think BTJ is the best one there, but I don't think Parker's far behind. For me, it's kind of a 1A, 1B situation, but it is
No, they're
crowded. Any stance you got?
They're ranked back to back for me, BTJ and Parker Washington. The
Okay.
bottom line for me is that I in a receiver room that's this crowded, what I like to do is I like to find the weak point and kind of rule him out. So for me, that guy is Jacoby Myers. Like, I don't think from a redraft perspective, it's a terrible pick to make in his range, because I do think from a certain perspective, if you're in a PPR league, he's going to have a solid floor. But from a best ball perspective, like, I just do not see the frequency or even really the chance that he gets a 25-point game once.
Yeah.
So with BTJ, we've obviously seen him do that. He's got the talent to be able to rip off like an 80-yard touchdown any game against anybody. So from that perspective, BTJ is definitely in the conversation. I think where it gets to be muddied is Liam Cohen. I mean, this guy came in and he basically made BTJ a deep threat. Like that, he kind of penciled him in to this deep threat role where Parker Washington, yeah, sure, he emerged when other guys were injured, but you can't just put that toothpaste back in the tube and say to yourself, he wasn't good enough. We're just going to put him back in a reserve role. I think they're both going to be really involved in kind of they're going to complement each other well. I think they're so close in my rankings. I would probably go BTJ because I think the bigger games are in his favor rather than with Parker Washington, where I think his floor is probably higher, but I don't think he has like a 30, 27-point ceiling like BTJ does. So for me, it's close. I'd go BTJ, though.
I'm of the mindset that Parker is a good click at the 6-7 turn, but there's not as much of a chance that he's like a league winner. Whereas BTJ at worst is a fine click at the top of the 6th with the chance to be the true league winner.
Sure.
But if Travis Hunter develops into anything consistent, it might just be too crowded to really trust. But at the moment, that's not a problem to really worry too much about. I also think BTJ was just too injured and going through some heavy stuff in his personal life. I believe his best friend passed away like just weeks before the season, paired with a bunch of injuries and kind of the yips. The recent camp reports have made me double down. I was confident in BTJ, but now I'm just back in. I took him like crazy his rookie year. At the 6-7 turn his rookie year, my two favorite clicks were Lad McConkey and BTJ, and those definitely panned out well. So last year I believed in him. He went top 12, and now I just think he's too cheap. But you know, the bad outcomes were if you had BTJ, you were livid. The experience
it was a disgrace. It was a disgrace last year what he actually did to teams. But this year, I mean, it's a new year, man. And Liam Cohen, I will say this before we get off that topic. Liam Cohen did kind of acknowledge this offseason, hey, I kind of didn't really utilize him properly. And I kind of pigeonholed him into a deep threat role. I think he could do more. And it's kind of leads you to the question, like, bro, what are you doing? Like, did you not watch film on him before you came here? Like, dude clearly established himself as kind of an all-around receiver his rookie year. So that shows me that he's a little bit more open to changing his role this year, which is it's the big key. If he actually is a league-winning player, he's got to do more than just be a deep threat / red zone threat, which is kind of what he became last year. So I've got enough amount of optimism where he's going to take him. And I've taken him a little more than Parker.
That's fair. I appreciate your stance, your thoughts. We'll rip through this one. Montano's the other member in the chat. We'll try and do this fast and then move on to our next topic. Goff, Baker, and Darnold. So for cheap, I mean, discount on Goff and Baker, that's kind of a gift. I mean, everyone past ADP, pretty solid. Tootin, Ramondre, so waited on running back, should have an elite receiving core. Warren and Rico, so both Steelers. I could see that work out solidly, but love the price on Rico. And then Emmett Johnson, Braylon Allen, those are fair handcuffs. Braylon, not my favorite, but last round, no issue with that. JSN is stacked. Rashee Rice is decent at this ADP now that he's out of jail. Burden is a little overpriced, but I get the reason why he goes that high. And then Pittman, Branch, Tesla, and Ayuk. Yikes, the Ayuk pick scares me. And then
Yeah.
Bowers and Goddard, very elite tight end room. So this feels, given the discounts at quarterback, this feels like a really, really good roster. But maybe you might not love RB. I think with both Steelers though, it's pretty good shape.
Yeah, I'm not wild on the running back position. The receiver room is pretty awesome. I really do like the receiver room, and I'm with you on the quarterback values as well. Maybe it's just because of my lack of belief in Tootin as a player overall. I just kind of feel like the running back room is kind of low floor, or I'm sorry, low ceiling. I think their floor is okay. The Steelers running backs, like particularly Rico, I think is going to get a lot of goal line work. And I think Warren's going to get a lot of pass catching work. So in theory, like there could be some good games for those guys. Tootin is where it really falls on. Is Tootin going to be the guy that people think he can be, which is this explosive guy like a Chase Brown, second year pop player who just needed the opportunity? Or is he going to just kind of be meh? Because like to me, Bayshul Tootin last year was meh because he was touted as this like really fast guy. And he was so inefficient on like limited work last year. So yeah, I think from that perspective, I'm not wild on the backfield, but the receiver room is like they could carry him a long way as long as the running backs can provide him a stable, 30 points a week. Like that receiver room is going to carry him to big heights there.
Yeah, I see the thought process with the team. The receiver room is very strong, and then tight end is obviously phenomenal. But I kind of agree with
Yes.
your point. The ceiling at running back might be a little capped. Tootin's a very polarizing player. At least with the recent foot injury on C-Rod, I've been a little bit more in on him. But I do kind of feel like there's a world where this is just not quite gonna hit at this. If he gets more expensive, I might not chase him up the board at all. But I'm willing
Yeah.
to click him, especially once Swift is off the board. But we took Travion, and I don't mind that bet either. But sweet,
Yeah.
good team there, Montano. Not bad at all. I mentioned this to you. We can do a little win loss pick game if you're interested,
Let's
and
do
then
it.
draft our second team. What team would you like?
All right. Give me the Washington Commanders.
Okay, this is interesting. They're a tough team to evaluate from a win loss pick standpoint. I've had a hard time deciphering, so I this is a very interesting pick. I might have Steve Schaup on the channel soon, and he also mentioned he'd like to do Washington, but I feel like it can be all over the board with Washington. So yeah, let's set up for you, and I'll keep track.
So I'm going to go to that Week 11 game versus the Cincinnati Bengals. So they got them at home at 5:15. Is this your local time? So is this a Sunday night
Yeah,
game?
yeah. This is
Oh, this is a
West Coast
Monday night
time.
game. Okay.
Um, I I'd love to go through each game, and I'll just lob them up for you individually if that's
Oh,
okay.
sure. Yeah, let's do
And
it.
then you don't need to take forever. You can think it through, but especially if it's just your gut call, I feel like that's kind of the funnest way to play this game.
Let's
So,
do it, man. Let's do it.
all right, season opener, week 1 at Philly, division rival.
That's a pretty brutal opener right there. I got to go loss.
All right, 1 loss. Week 2 at Dallas, also Sunday afternoon.
I'm going to go with a win right there. I think they'll steal that game.
Okay, Dan Quinn revenge game on the road, not bad. Week 3 versus the Seahawks in the morning at home. Seahawks got to travel cross country.
Yeah, that's a tough travel for the Seahawks. I'm gonna give them a win there and say low key Seattle Super Bowl hangover at the beginning of the year. They catch them at the right time.
Interesting. Seahawks were also like pretty much undefeated on the road last year. So,
They were electric. Yeah,
yeah.
I think
But
catching them at the right time of the year. If you caught them in like late October, November, then I'd give that game to Seattle. But you can catch certain teams at the right time.
also, everyone's going to play up against the Seahawks this year. No one's going to be
Yes,
sleeping on them. So that's
they're
an
the
interesting
hunted.
call.
Yeah.
We got week 4. I believe this game is in London versus the Colts.
I'll give that to the Colts. I think that those London games, man, you just never know what you're gonna get. I think if they come off, if my prediction's correct, they come off a really emotional win against Seattle, big huge win. They feel like they're back. They go travel overseas, then they play down to competition maybe a little bit. They're not ready to go. I'll give that to Indy.
I can see that. Week 5 versus the Giants and Jim Harbaugh.
That's tough. I think I'm going to give that game to the Commanders. I think it'll be close. I'm going to go Commanders, though, as New York figures it out early in the season with their new team.
So 3-2. The Giants, I will say, have given the Commanders some rough times, even when they've been dog shit. But 3-2 heading into Monday night primetime at the Niners.
That's a loss. I don't think they have much chance in that game. In San Francisco, cross country, they got to, play on Monday night in San Fran. I don't think so.
There is like a stat, I don't know the exact percentage, but when East Coast teams go west, if it's in the middle of the day, it doesn't really matter. If it's at night, they have a very bad win
huge disadvantage. I've seen that as well because I've experienced it with the Steelers. Whenever they go to the West Coast, it's a disaster.
So 3-3, the Week 7 bye. Week 8, the rematch versus Philly at home. This is a Sunday night game in primetime.
See, I want to give this to Washington. I just don't think they have the talent. I got to give it to Philly again. I think they'll sweep them.
So 3-4, Week 6 versus the Rams Sunday morning. The Rams are the ones traveling this time.
Yeah, that gives them a chance. Again, I think talent disparity is too wide. I'll go Rams.
All right, so 3-5. Week 10, Thursday night at the Giants, another division rematch.
I'm going to give them the sweep.
Okay.
I'm going to give it to the Commanders here.
All right, so 4-5, and then the game you were highlighting earlier, the Monday night matchup, little mini bye and an extra day as well. So the rest advantage versus the Bengals Monday night primetime.
I give that to the Commanders. I think that there was a game that was electric. It was Jaden's rookie year in 2024. It was a Monday night game, and Jaden outdueled Joe Burrow in that game, barely edged him out. I think history repeats itself in this one.
I like the rest advantage. Love the LSU quarterback, bring back there.
Yep.
That one should be a lot of fun. And the Bengals have no defense at all. So
it'll be a tit for tat. Sweet
offensive game. 5-5 record. Week 12 at Arizona.
I think that's a win. I'll give them an easy win on that one. I think Arizona is a disaster this year.
The Cardinals are my pick for the best draft pick. I think they get Arch Manning next year, or their pick of whatever quarterback.
Yeah.
So 6-5 at Tennessee.
This is interesting to me because I think Tennessee is one of those sneakier teams this year too. At Tennessee, it's not the worst travel, I guess. I'm going to toss up game. I'll give that one to the Commanders though.
All right. So 7 wins, and then Week 14 versus the Texans.
The Texans are taking that one. Their offensive line isn't good enough to stop their pass rush.
Week 15 versus Atlanta, the Falcons. I think beat them last year. It was like at the end of the year.
Yeah, I think I remember that game. I'll take them to beat them again. Atlanta, I don't believe in Stefanski. Not a Kevin Stefanski guy.
So the Commanders win Week 15.
Yeah.
And then Week 16 at the Vikings.
I'll give the Commanders that one as well.
Okay.
I
would go Minnesota personally, but I respect it.
Interesting. Not a Minnesota believer. Not really.
I respect the Flores defense. I feel like they can win a lot of games with defense. But,
defensively. But
close one.
It goes back to the whole Kyler thing.
I can tell you're not in love with Kyler. And last few years, I have been so against clicking him, but I believe in KOC enough to pivot this year and be willing to do it. But I respect the conviction. And then so we got 9 wins so far. Week 17 at Jacksonville.
These are 2 teams I feel like there's a wide range of outcomes for this year. I'm not as sold on the Jags repeating production. I'll go Jags in a close
Okay.
one because I think their defense is going to be good this year again.
Okay. And then lastly, if they win, they go 10-7 versus Dallas week 18.
Yeah, that's a tough one because I think both teams could be fighting for playoffs. I'll give it to I'll give it to Dallas. I'll
Okay.
give it to Dallas in that last one.
So 9-8, just above 500.
Listen,
That's
I
a
think that people just got real out on Jaden after last year, and it's like if Jaden's healthy, that guy's gonna win games.
I I don't really know where I stand on them. Sometimes I look at their schedule and I agree with you. They can be above 500. And then other times I talk myself out of it. I've like gone over every team's schedule a couple times at this point. I've been like, I do win loss picks on the channel. I haven't posted any yet because I want to kind of be a little bit more like thoughtful about
Sure.
everyone. And, one game here changes something for another team. I've had them as low as like 5-11, like five wins in some of my like
Listen, there's
revisions
there's
of them.
there's no
They're
question that
hard.
they're really tough in my opinion because like I think that the way I kind of think of them is they're kind of like the Bengals of the NFC. Like they don't have the weaponry that the Bengals do, but I think that their offense, if Jaden is on, if he's playing, if Terry's playing, I think they have a high ceiling. So I think that if Sonny Styles, their number one pick this year, in my opinion, was a great year. It was a great pick for the Commanders here. So if he can become the player I think he becomes, I think their defense could be better this year. And it's kind of weird, man. Like people just like I'm even seeing it in the comments. Like people are just thinking my take is crazy on this one. I don't know how it's crazy. Like the Commanders in year one with Jaden were really electric because Jaden is electric. This is kind of me planting a flag on Jaden, I guess.
I think to stop at 9 wins is pretty reasonable. I think once you go above 10, you're kind of a little over optimistic. I wouldn't be shocked if they missed the playoffs entirely. And like as much as I believe in their offense in Jaden, and I kind of want to like believe in the ceiling as well, I also worry about the loss of Cliff Kingsbury. I think that could be a
Sure.
huge discrepancy in terms of talent at play caller that we're just not going to be able to quantify until we see it. They were also like historically good on fourth down 2 years ago when they
That
did
was
make
wild.
that
Yeah.
run. Like, what was it, 82% on fourth?
It
Like,
was
something
insane.
impossible to repeat.
It literally was like the craziest number you've ever seen.
Yeah, there's no way I would ever expect really any other team to do that again. It was kind of historic. It's not that they can't go 9-8. I also worry about their defense getting very old. Like they have aging veterans everywhere,
They do.
and it wouldn't shock me if they just fell apart. Dan Quinn's good, but like how good can he really be? I also feel like the vibes of losing Dan Snyder also hard to quantify. 2 years removed from that, maybe it doesn't galvanize the locker room in the same way. Like they were so relieved when he
Yeah,
fucking sold the
it's
team.
true. It's
Uh,
true.
some good vibes that maybe it led them a little further. That
I think it's just a
electric year.
flag plant on the quarterback, man. And I think for me, it's just like
I
Jaden.
respect it.
I really think Jaden is being forgotten about. Like, I really
Mhm.
think people are forgetting that rookie season. And for me, it's like, okay, you can make the argument to me, like CJ Stroud, for example, the rookie season was awesome. But when you have a guy like Jaden, he has a banged up year last year. It's not like he played all 17 like CJ did in his sophomore year and just wasn't the same player. No, like Jaden had 2 healthy games last year. And the other like what, 6 games that he played were not healthy, and then he missed a bunch of times. So it's like like it's not like Washington's roster back when their rookie season was much good either. I mean, they didn't have a good roster back then. They got crushed by the Eagles that year in the playoffs
Right.
because the Eagles roster was so talented. This year, I think they made a couple good additions. Sonny Styles, I think, is a really big deal for their defense. So I think that if Sonny Styles, Dan Quinn in that system, I think it's a Bobby Wagner replacement at the perfect time. And so it's like, I could see a bigger year for the Commanders that I'm surprised more people aren't really in on. Like, again, I'm not saying that they're going to be a lock playoff team. I'm just saying I'm not willing to leave Jaden out of the conversation for playoff contention. Just not willing to do it.
That's fair. It's a division that's completely up for grabs. Like last year was the first time they had like a repeat division winner in like 20, 25 years or something. So it could easily pivot back. I wouldn't put it past them, but I agree. I think most people are kind of sleeping on that potential. And there are some games I think you can talk yourself out. Like the win against the Seahawks. You might be in the minority on picking the Commanders in that one, but I
Yeah, it's fun to throw a couple, curveballs in there.
I could see a 7-10 projection. I'm forgetting what their over under is.
I don't. It's probably not 9.5. I'd be surprised. I would say like 7.5 if I had to guess.
According to FanDuel, their over under is 7.5.
Yeah.
So you're a game and a half above that. I am a little bit lower, but I'm a little high on the Giants. I think that's the main discrepancy.
Okay.
I think the only games I kind of like was staunchly opposed. I don't think they can sweep the Giants. I think they'll split more likely. I think they probably lose to Seattle. And then I do think they lose to Minnesota. So I have 3 games. I'm at 6, but I can talk myself into 9. I didn't think you were insane to bet on 9.
Well, the logic behind the Seahawks pick was, number one, there's always at least one game a year for each team that
Right.
they get a shock win. And to me, I've watched this with the Steelers over the years. Several years ago, this was when the Bills had obviously Josh Allen in his prime. They had Diggs in his prime, and they had a great defense in their prime. The Steelers week 1 beat them. They had no business doing that, and they wouldn't have done that in the month of November or December. Sometimes you just catch teams at the right time, and it's typically earlier in the season when something just isn't clicking, or if there's a coaching change like there is in Seattle, and they're coming off a Super Bowl win, and they have to travel cross country for that game. I think that you could get in a situation where it's like there can be a shock win there or a shock loss if you're the team that loses. And so that was just kind of my shot call, which was like, hey, I think there's a possibility that they catch them at the right time.
Very fair. I mean, I watched my Chargers lose to the Giants week 4 on the road. So
Yeah.
Jackson Dart first ever
That's
start.
another example was the Steelers beating the Chargers in 2024 in like week 3. Like the Steelers wouldn't have done that in November. Do you remember that game?
They beat who?
The Steelers beat your Chargers in like week 3 or 4 in 2024.
Oh, okay.
It was Harbaugh's first year.
Yes, that I remember. And I remember Herbert was like injured with his ankle and then he went down like mid game. Yeah, Fields ended up winning that one.
Yep.
I remember that.
Yeah, that's just a shot call on certain guys and certain games just not being ready for it, and coaching changes is kind of being weird. I will say with the Giants though, I do think the Giants like that would cut like that. What we just went through might indicate I'm not a big Giants guy. It's not that. I think Harbaugh is going to come in there and be the best stabilizing force they've had in years. But I think the other thing with it is that there's still growing pains, I think, that Dart could experience, like as a thrower. And if they choose to kind of wean him off some mobility, that could backfire in a way because it's like a big part of like who he is as an athlete. So I think that, and with the Malik Neighbors situation, it's like, what is their real room outside of him? I think that there could be some bumpiness with the Giants this year. I think they're probably a year away from me being like, oh, they're legitimate playoff contenders. But I think they have it in them.
If they're not healthy enough on offense, then they don't have a shot. But I think they have an athletic enough quarterback and enough defensive personnel with a shift in culture. I could see them shock some teams, but I think the 4th place schedule helps them a little bit as well. but it's yet to be determined. That's the fun thing about the season. Gotta actually win the games in
That's
order
right.
to make it happen. But
That's right.
if you're ready, I'm down for our second draft.
Let's do it.
I'm willing to go Pitbull.
Let's do it, man. Let's do it.
Let's hop in. I can't imagine. There's 9 spots left. I'm gonna turn off my air conditioner, but I'll be right back and
Yeah, gang, go ahead.
hop in if anyone wants to.
Let's see. We got Quincy Jones in here. Good to see you, Quincy. Who Hames? Always good to see you, my man. Got some people in the chat I'm familiar with. How's everyone doing tonight?
We got Montano as well, Dean, Anthony, Shamrock in here. Now we're gonna need kicker rankings from. Do you do kicker rankings?
I do.
Oh damn!
Weekly
you go
rankings,
deep.
Baby.
That's the one position I ignore.
Listen, baby, they're important. They're real important in fantasy football.
There's like 4 or 5 that are important, and then the rest. You need one of those top 5, I think.
Well, I would say this, that during the season, there's a lot of kickers and matchups that if you find that right matchup, it's going to give you like a 20-point game. That's why I do it, is because it's been ignored for so long that it's like it can really give you an edge. Like, I've won a lot of championships based on kicker and defense, so it's like, yeah, like I'll take that kicker that hasn't done that great all year, but he's playing against the Dolphins or something like that, and he puts up a 20-point game. That's the real motivation behind it.
It does matter a lot more than some people think. So it's good to be on the waiver wire. Quincy's saying, you guys are my 2 favorite fantasy football goats. Top 3 kickers this season. Go. I got Cameron Dicker, Brandon Aubrey, and for number 3, I'll go with sneaky Jason Myers. Damn it, we get pick 5.
Well, Jason Myers isn't too sneaky because he was excellent last year. But
yeah, but I feel like he's not as respected as. I feel like people might go like Cam Little or something. But
yeah, Cam Little's a popular pick because he's got such a big leg. Yeah, Jason Myers is definitely in my top 3, as well as Aubrey, just because that offense has been so freaking electric, man. And I would definitely have to say, Eddie Pinheiro of the 49ers was very sneaky last year. It's a team that does kind of settle for field goals sometimes. So I think Eddie Pinheiro is probably in my top 3 right now.
Word. I could see Chris Boswell make an argument for it as
well.
Yeah,
the Boz is, he's a stud. He's kind of automatic, but it's just not always. It could be different this year. I think a lot of the problem over the years for Boswell was just because the offense with Tomlin was so dinosaur. So now with McCarthy, it's like, we could see them doing some better stuff offensively more consistently.
Mm-hmm. We are about to be on the clock. I hate that we have pick 5. We could take JSN if you want him, man, but I want to get different, man. I want to pull someone.
You do different, man. I'm down for Hampton. I'm down for, if you want to do McCaffrey, it's your team. I mean, do something different, man. Shake it up.
I mean, technically, I CMC ranked at 3, but like, if you're willing to say it, man, let me fucking live.
Do it, dude. Live, baby. Live, baby. I want to do it.
It's my money. Let me have
I've been saying it all night. It's your money, man. Like, you do what you want to do with it. But I like the different build, though.
Some people are going to see this and think I'm legitimately insane. I understand, but like, I legitimately believe that he has top 3 upside.
So do I
want the Chargers offense, and like, now we're going to pair him with anyone in the second round that no one else is going to really have at a high rate. Like, it at least gives us a unique build, and we're not locked into wide receiver. Like, our running back room at pick 4, we were not the most happy with. It was okay, but we kind of felt like there was maybe a missing facet, just one extra aspect. And Chargers Mike McDaniel running back will deliver. Maybe he's not RB3 exactly, but like, I think he's guaranteed like top 7 at the worst, and he has a chance to score 20 touchdowns.
I will say it's hard for me to kind of be on the like same page as like guaranteed like top 7 type guy, But you're talking to a guy who's been big on Hampton all offseason as well. Like, I love Hampton. I mean, at one time in March, like before the draft, I had him as my RB3, and people were like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Freaking reading the numbers, and I'm looking
Yeah.
at the situation. That's what I'm doing." And the other thing I agree with you is I'm a big JSN guy. I think he's worth the 105. I'm totally fine with it.
Okay.
What I don't like, though, you mentioned this earlier, I don't like going JSN London. I've done that too many times, and I'm just like, I just feel like it's going to be such a common build that
Yeah.
you're not going to get much differentiation unless you're going like big swings at like round 16 through 18. So I've got out on that build. So I'm go with Hampton here, man. I got no issue with it.
Typically, the player that people get crazy with is Genty, but like if I'm gonna live,
You
I'm
live, bro.
sticking with what's true to my heart and in my veins, man. Bolt up. Hampton's gonna like believe in Keaton Mitchell all you want. You're gonna be wrong. As long as Hampton stays
I've
healthy.
encountered a couple of those people for sure.
All right, here we are, and London's top ADP. I'm fine with it. We went Pickens on the last
Probably
one.
probably more unique build to go with either Bowers or London here. I'm fine with either.
Let's go London today.
I think it's probably more unique to get London.
Let's keep it balanced. Because if someone's taking Hampton, let's say at pick 12 and getting crazy, the player that's more likely to be pulled up, I would say, is Bowers.
Yep.
So
yeah, I think Hampton and London is probably a more unique build.
Yeah, from a unique standpoint, I think we have an advantage. Is it correct? Maybe I'm wrong, but like
We'll find out.
Yeah, let me have some fun. Let me enjoy myself.
Hey, dude, it's like it's like almost midnight for me. So you're in the prime fun hours, man. You gotta live a little bit.
Well, we're coming up on the 2-hour mark. So speaking of living, I'm gonna take a rip from the pipe. You don't need to join me. I don't know if you smoke either, but like it's about time. I'm gonna let the people get what they want.
You continue to live, man. It's not my thing. I would be freaking on the floor if I did that. So
we'll at least make this pick first, and then we'll come back to it. But I know what I would like here, and maybe you're not down, but I'm not gonna jinx it. I'm not gonna say it until we're on the clock. But I'll tell you this: it's not Breece Hall.
Okay.
It is. Oh, he actually went. I would have wanted the bring back. So now I'm down for whatever. Devontae makes sense. I don't mind pulling up T, Flowers, or Neighbors, but I don't think I need a running back. What would you like?
Personally, I would go with Devonta Smith here.
You got it.
He's not even higher in my rankings. It's mostly just because I haven't personally gone with him a bunch.
Okay. I think he's a fine click here. Definitely some high spike weeks when AJ Brown's gone. And I don't hate the Hurts stack. If you get the stack, it's not bad. But round 3 receivers can be kind of tricky. He at least feels like locked in.
I feel like there's a lot of good values in the third round at receiver. I think where it gets sticky for me is that my rankings compared to like ADP in Underdog is just off. I think that like guys like Rashee Rice and Neighbors, they're closer to the front of the third for me. And you got guys like Olave and even like Zay. Like I like Zay, but I don't like him as early as Rashee Rice and T. Higgins. Yeah. So I think the third round of receivers is good. It's just kind of wonky for me right now. I don't know about you.
I'm going to take a hit, and I'll get right back to that.
Yeah, do your thing. Wow, that was quick. I was expecting I was like, is he going to a different room?
just a little 7-second clip just while I that's the under, like, that shot is below my bong.
Oh, there you go.
In case anyone didn't know that. That's the lore of that.
Yeah, dude. Intro. I don't know how you do it, man. I'd be literally on the floor, just like not able to speak.
Everyone's got their own thing. We all got different tolerances, but
not judging. I'm just like, how does he do that? Like,
I mean, if you asked me to take like 3 shots, I'd probably be on the floor. I'm not a
Yeah.
drinker. I'm a smoker, and I'll take some shrooms every now and then. But
Yeah, I
uh,
saw you were doing that. I saw you were getting jiggy with that during your live stream the other night.
I well for legal purposes, that is alleged. That is cannot be proven,
Correct.
sir.
Yeah. I
Uh,
was I was I heard rumors. I heard rumors. I'm sorry.
prove that in court. I would love Javante here.
Sure, I'm in on that. Fourth round price for the guy. I'd like that a lot.
Very fun. A nice
That's
nine
a
pick
huge
haul.
value. Yeah, that's a huge value on him.
Pitbull team with Hampton, Javante, London, and Devontae. I don't mind it. I mean,
Yeah, I
it's
think that's
different.
pretty nice right there. Yeah,
And
I
then
think
he
I think that Javante for me is like a pretty solid third round value. So to get him in the fourth is pretty nice.
no, I've been starting to come around that once Travis is off the board, I think Javante might actually be the safest pick. And there's an argument he's the best pick after Henry, at least at that position.
Yeah, I actually am on board with that argument as well. He's higher in my rankings than he is going in underdog. So yeah, fourth round cost on the guy, dude. I don't think I've gotten him that late. Like that was a late spot to get him.
Yeah, this is like where he went back before he signed. Um, I would rather either go Lamar, but it doesn't stack up, or pull up one of these receivers. I would love a BTJ or Cardinal Tate just to kind of get also different on this side of the board. Moore is all right, but my heart says BTJ if you're down.
Do your thing, man. I was gonna go Judkins there, but again,
I I
your day, baby, your night.
it's not that I don't like Judkins I think he's all right, but the Browns offense is always just a little bit like meh. And
Fair
then
enough.
once you pull up Hampton this big, you're kind of planting the flag that like he will be that fucking good. So
Yeah.
I'm willing to push RB3 just a touch. I think we can still get a solid value, and the T Law pairing is not that bad either.
No,
T
yeah,
Law is
that's why I was gonna say don't go Lamar because you can go either Jalen Hurts here in round 6 or you can go T Law in 7.
Yeah, Lamar, I think is a great pick in the fifth, but when it's not stacked, it's not as like necessary. And I've got plenty of
Yeah.
him. Like I said, I'm planting my flag on BTJ now, and where I think P Wash is a good pick. The ceiling on Brian Thomas has true league winning upside. So um, I probably won't force the Herbert click on this one. I've got plenty of him in this contest already, but I wouldn't mind the T Law. And we could also double stack with P Wash if you wanted.
Yeah, I think that's acceptable. I think getting P Wash in the what is that, 68th pick and then getting Trevor in the 7th, I think that's totally fine.
Quincy saying FFR seems like a stogie kind of guy. Are you a cigar man or just not
I've
a smoker?
Yeah, I've historically been more of a cigar guy myself. Cigars, I just love. I love to have a glass of whiskey and a cigar. It is nice, just like kind of as a social thing. Don't smoke many cigars these days. It's kind of been a little bit, but I have been known to get a couple glasses of whiskey in me and smoke a stogue myself. So he clocked that one.
The Texas vibe kind of
Just kind of a
feels like
good
a
old boy, I
cigar.
guess. Yeah, I definitely it's definitely something you do around here for sure. That's just like what my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, we like to do it a lot together. So yeah, it's a good time. But I'm curious, what's your share on Justin Herbert right now?
Uh, since like February or just since like post draft?
Post draft.
30%.
Wow. That's a lot.
I'm
That's a
calling my
lot of
shot, man.
Herbert.
I'm calling my shot. I'm not afraid. And if we gotta fall on Tyson that I wouldn't
Yeah,
hate.
Tyson is the pick here for me. I'd go with that over Washington.
Yeah, I'm down.
I like that.
Especially with the blood clot Olave situation.
I mean, Tyson's not exactly injury free and risk free, but I will say I think the value
upside.
at that point is pretty sweet.
Yeah, I love the upset, especially like pre-draft when he fell into the seventh. I was just hammering him every single time, and I
Yeah,
really liked the landing spot. Like I felt like the Saints were one of the best landing spots you could acquire.
I agree. I agree.
Anonymous on the clock. I'm sure he's watching. So if he wants T-Law, he needs him here. If he doesn't take him, there's an argument that we could push T-Law back around because now we don't have to worry about the Brian Thomas drafter. But some people just like T-Law anyways. So, um,
I've seen him fall to the 8th round before.
mhm,
In this
same.
build, since you passed on Hurts for Tyson, I'd probably just go ahead and take him here if it
Yeah,
was
for me,
me.
it would have been either Pollard or T-Law, and then the only other choice would be Herbert. I hate round 7, but we just pulled up Herbert in the last one. Let's get different. I'll go T-Law today.
I like
Also,
it. I like it.
also, I kind of think drafting Hampton and just making the bet also takes away a little bit from the Herbert argument. Like if Hampton pays off 5 overall, maybe it's not because he catches like 10 receiving touchdowns. Maybe he has like 16 rushing touchdowns,
I
and
think
maybe
that's in the cards.
so T Law I have like kind of back to back with Herbert, in terms of like if I'm gonna make an MVP bet and it's not Herbert, I think the best bet for your money would be T Law actually. I could
Really?
see it. I think I believe the Chargers can make the Super Bowl, but if they're not, I think the Jags are the next bet.
Wow.
I really do, especially if Travis Hunter contributes on both sides of the ball. Like they were this close to beating the Bills, and they were one of the best teams last year.
They were
I
good.
they're right there, man. As long as Trevor Lawrence doesn't just like fall off a cliff, but like I think it's going to be a very clear Jaguars division, and they're going to make a run in the playoffs. I think they win at least one playoff game if they don't go the distance.
Interesting. Yeah, I think for me, I just remember so well that, when Doug Peterson got there for Trevor, when it was his second year, I think,
Mhm,
Trevor had an incredible season with Doug Peterson and they won a playoff game. Then they were toe to toe with the Chiefs, actually. And then
mhm.
they lost that game. And then ever since then, it just really regressed. And I don't think it was necessarily because Trevor just took a downturn. Like he played worse, but I think it's just an organizational thing for me, man. I just think that organization has just been historically dog. Like it's been terrible in our lifetime, certainly. And so I just kind of struggle to see the leap this year. There's no question they've got talent. I mean, their defense particularly is what I'm impressed with. They've got a lot of young defensive talent. And Liam Cohen offensively, I think he knows what he's doing. But yeah, I don't know. I respect that pick though, because I would imagine the money line on that is actually pretty good.
They had one of the best run defenses in the NFL. We're back on the clock.
Fantastic.
Reed fell almost 10 picks. I
Do
think
it, baby.
that's the pick here.
Yeah, do it.
Granted, maybe it's not like the safest pick right here, but I think for the value, I'm down for it.
Yeah, I
Our
think you could
receiver room
also
is fucking dope.
yeah, you could also it's really nice. You could also do the shuck stack again.
Hmm. We definitely have that in the cards. I would prefer to maybe wait another round. So I'm
Yeah, yeah.
optimistic. Where did Olave go in this one? Oh, Olave went at the bookend. So if Shuck doesn't go 97, then yeah,
You're gonna get him in the 10th. Yeah, you should
yeah,
get him in the 10th.
yeah. So while maybe our running back room might be thin, I think the strength we currently have at receiver is an advantage. I mean, underdog, you still got to start 3 receivers. Like,
Yep.
do you feel like maybe we've gone a little overboard collectively on some of these running back prices? Like, there's a world where I feel like if you don't draft the right running backs, you might get buried.
That is very true. I like over the years I've been kind of tracking the amount of running backs that typically go in the first 2 rounds on underdog. And that number of running backs has steadily gone up.
Hmm.
So it does become kind of a situation where it's like just based on how the market sits, I'll let you make this pick.
For me, it's Gainwell
I
for
love that
to
pick.
catch up.
Yeah, I love that pick.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I think that when you look at the running backs that are going right now, it's from a market perspective, like it's making receivers better values. Like that's why I like the round 3 and round 4 of receivers a lot, because those running backs in the second round, it's like a freaking mad dash as soon as the 201 hits. So I do agree with you. I think that like Brees for me, early third, I've seen him sneak in the late second. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like that is just way too expensive for Brees for me. He's just one example. I think I'm fine with most of the second round backs. ETN in the third, I'm okay with. Again, I'm not wild on it. I think the running backs start to become a little bit more intriguing once you get to like a Cam Scattaboo in the fourth round. But
Mhm.
yeah, that third round range of running backs to me is a little spooky. I'd much rather go receiver in the third.
I've started to come around on, obviously if you get Gibbs or Bijan, you got to take it. But in
Yeah.
round 1, some of the better values positionally are wide receiver. I think those might be some of the better clicks where like unless they get hurt, you're not going to be wrong. With the running backs, like if you track Taylor, once he passed the bye and Daniel Jones went down, he was not the same player at all.
Yep.
Not even close to top 10, like barely top 13 or so. It was like it was crazy how much he fell off after the bye week in the Germany game.
Yeah, and I
And
think
then CMC is all or nothing, could totally flop, but
yes.
the
Yeah.
order is not guaranteed to be correct.
No, it's not. Yeah, Bijan, we're in agreement. Like Bijan Gibbs, like that's pretty much undisputed at this point. Is they're the 101 and 102. I don't care. I don't particularly care. Like I don't have I personally mine is Bijan as the 101, but that's a splitting hairs argument. Where it becomes a problem is when I'm talking about JT and CMC as well. Like those two guys for me, there's a range of outcomes for JT particularly that makes me uncomfortable. With CMC, I just don't think the guy's going to be healthy this year. Not rooting for him to go down. I don't trust it. Yeah.
You're not gonna like this, but Shuck just got sniped, man. Shuck just got
He
sniped,
did. He did. That's fair
and
enough. Fair enough.
you don't have to
You,
stack him up. I'm taking him.
dude, you're just the Kyler guy. You're
Well,
a
here's the
Kyler
thing:
guy.
we didn't take him last time, and then
Yeah.
the clear option would have been Shuck. He got sniped. Binks doesn't have him stacked, but says I don't give a shit. We can get Juwan later, and
Yeah.
I've seen Baker also circle back. We might even be able to get Baker at 125, honestly. But I would prefer this to be stacked, but it's really not the end of the world without it. Jones would have been awesome at 125, but
The way I would personally proceed, instead of taking Baker, which like Baker's Cam Ward was the guy that I would actually take. I've got a pretty hefty exposure to Cam Ward actually.
if we had pulled up Carnell Tate, I'd be there with you. But I
Yeah.
have a shit ton of Ward. I'm not trying to take him a round above ADP.
Okay, so you have a lot of them too.
Yeah, I've got a big bag of Cam Ward. He's like
So
my
do I.
4th most drafted quarterback.
I think he's my third or fourth as well.
For me, number 1 is vehemently Herbert. And then number 2 is actually Kyler. Number 2 is Kyler right now. Number 3 is Ward. And then number 4 is Rodgers. I mean,
Rodgers.
well, he was so cheap. We can talk about that later. I mean, Baker,
Yeah.
if it times out, but Dobbs for the value would make some sense.
I would personally go tight end over Dobbs, but your show, baby.
I think you needed to speak up when we had more time on the clock.
Yeah.
But
No, this is all you, man.
I'm okay with it because now we can like ignore receiver for quite some time. Like honestly, there's an argument we could stop with these 6, but at the very least, only one more. We'll get some good depth at running back. I think we can stop with these 2 QBs. I really do. And
Yeah.
then we'll piece it together with 3 tight ends. So
yeah, what were we just talking about?
Rogers, you were
Oh
surprised,
yeah,
but
yeah, Rodgers. Yeah, what's the
I was
deal
just scooping
there?
up the value, man. I was like, the market says he's retiring. I don't believe it, and if I'm wrong and I get burned, like it's so late, I'm willing to eat the potential zero. But I really believed it was like a 90-95% bet that Rogers would come back, and so now that he's 160, I'm not taking him the same way. But when he was picked 200, when he was picked 180, I I think he's just as valuable as CJ Stroud. So like
Yeah, yeah,
why would I take Stroud in 11 when I can get Rodgers at 185?
yeah. You're speaking my language. I mean, that's how I've handled Tyreek Hill all off season. Like I've drafted the crap out of Tyreek Hill. I mean,
Okay,
I
you're not
have.
afraid of the injury.
Well, I mean, it's the same type of logic that you're using with Rodgers before he was signed officially,
Mhm.
which is
Yeah.
that if this pick doesn't work out, it's really not a big deal at the 16th through 18th round. Like that's not expensive enough for me to get up in a wad about it. But if he works, I think he's a lot more valuable than that pick. Because for me, I've always said like I think if the dude's healthy, he's going to the Chiefs. And even if it's not right away, this is a situation where the guy could come into like October and then just become kind of not that he's not the same Tyreek Hill. What he could become though is like an electric deep player who could become like a real big best ball value. So that's been my thing with Tyreek all offseason. Um
Perhaps it's a
quarterbacks,
Tyreek Hill team.
dude, I've got a ton of Tyreek Hill. It'd blow your mind. It's freaking nuts.
I wouldn't mind. Oh, Kincaid's falling. I wouldn't hate it, but in all honesty, that's not the direction I intended. Um, there's
You
a
were gonna
there's a
wait
pick I really
longer.
want to make,
All
and
right.
I think Chigo Conko is more valuable than Kincaid, and we get the bring back as well.
You do you, man.
This discount on Kincaid though is very tempting. I will say.
It's pretty nice. It is pretty nice.
What do you think? Worth
I mean,
it?
I'd personally go Kincaid.
I'll take Kincaid then. I don't have the stack, only the bring back, so I'm fine with it. And then the other stacking partner also has a week 7 bye, so it's kind of just like Chig was also week 7, so there he goes. I didn't expect him to make it back, but he does play the Jaguars week 17, so that's kind of like another idea. But
Yeah.
Kincaid this far, I think is fine.
Hey, you got a stack potential with Jawan Jennings if he gets back to you.
Uh, yeah, we could do that. I think he's actually mispriced. I think he's actually overpriced, to be honest.
Oh my gosh, I have not taken any Jawan Jennings. That was a joke. I have no interest in Jawan Jennings.
Since I was optimistic he'd get a good landing spot, but the Vikings was like the worst
It was
imaginable.
one of the worst. I mean, he's just guaranteed behind both those guys. And if you think the way I think about Kyler this year, that wide receiver for 3 position isn't going to be worth much.
No, like the best case scenario for Jawan Jennings is that he throws like a deep shot touchdown in week 17 and just
Yeah,
tacks it on. I would have lobbied for Strange, but he got sniped. Travis Hunter makes a ton of sense.
that's exactly what I was going to say, actually. I think Hunter, like, since you have BTJ, consolidate a bet into the Jags receiver room a little bit there and see if you can get a couple big games out of him.
We can stop with these 7. London, Devontae Smith, BTJ, Tyson, Reed, Dobbs, and Hunter.
That's nice.
I'm comfortable if we stop there because
Yeah,
we
I'm
might
fine
not
with
get
that.
like beyond this point. There's really only like one or maybe 3 receivers that I really trust, and I feel like we've invested enough at that position where it's just not the most desperate move. So yeah,
Yeah,
I'd be down to just we got 5 clicks left, 2 running backs, 2 more tight ends, and then another maybe 3 running backs actually if we really want.
Yeah, I think maybe I would go a little bit more on the running backs just because the room after the 2 top guys is a little iffy, but you definitely, yeah, I would definitely say tight ends as well is what you could do. Sorry, I was seeing,
Yeah, the chat right now.
yeah, caught my eye and I was like, what the hell is going on?
I'm gonna This user has now been hidden from the channel. uh, not sure what the fuck that's about.
Yeah, I don't even know what language that is.
Just the username is like, get the fuck out of here. Anyways,
That was a good
back to the team.
intermission. Yeah, nice intermission there.
You know what?
No,
I'm going to take a rip from the pipe, actually.
There you go. Go ahead.
Back to business. Charbonnet comes off the board. I've actually talked myself into Charbonnet over the last few days.
Oh, I've been picking him a lot more these days.
It's starting to make a lot of sense.
Well, there's research that I do that would really indicate he could have actually a nice season, and also just because of the. I mean, I don't know if you saw this. Mike McDonald said it was possible that he played week 1.
When I saw him doing high knees, I was like, that's way more healthy than I would have expected.
You'd figure so, right? Yeah. And then Mike McDonald saying that, I was like, okay, that's a little intriguing there.
We are coming back around.
What are your thoughts on Sadiq?
I don't want the Jets, man.
Don't blame you.
I don't want it. I love Tank Bigsby.
I'm perfectly okay with that.
I am in love with Tank Bigsby.
I like him too.
The roster bubble news for Shipley last few days. Once that's like, if that becomes official, he will. Personally, I think he's just as valuable as like Keaton Mitchell, Isaiah Pacheco. Meanwhile, he's 2-3 rounds later sometimes. Like, I don't really get his price. And obviously it's an all or nothing bet, but like among the early round running backs to fade because of injury, it's CMC and Saquon.
No, I agree. I completely agree with you on Tank Bigsby, actually. And I would say that with Pacheco particularly, that value on Pacheco is way worse than it is to get Tank.
We're back on the clock. I don't mind Schultz here. My receiver I trust is Trey Harris. But
I love Trey Harris, man. I do love Trey Harris. I don't know if I'd be able to resist since you have wide receivers still up. That's tough. Okay. And I know you want to.
Okay.
No, but on Tank again, I think my question to you is that so with Hampton, obviously, like I said, I think he could be a top 3 back. I don't think that means Keaton Mitchell will be completely unused. So I do think that Keaton Mitchell's price, it's not crazy to me. Like, I've been on board with that. Do you just think he's a pure handcuff, though?
I think his skill set and the Mike McDaniel system will provide a few spike weeks, but his touch count is not going to be more than like 8 per game. And like, that's kind of optimistic. And most of the argument, in my opinion, is contingent upside if Hampton goes down. And I don't think he's going to be a workhorse in that scenario, whereas Bigsby will. Bigsby's going to get 17 carries, 4 targets, 20 touches a game. Keaton is going to max out at like 15 on a good week. Vidal's going to take the pass catching role. It's just the Chargers tax and just the fade that people just don't believe that Hampton is actually, the talent that I believe him to be. So I think all those factors, plus like all due respect to Davis Maddock, I watch his channel, think he's very entertaining, think he's a really interesting mind to listen to, really interesting takes and strong stances. I like Davis Maddock, but his Chargers takes, I think, are very biased and very off topic. And he's one of the biggest proponents of I think this Keaton Mitchell price. It's not that it's atrocious. I just think compared to the other handcuffs, like, why are you spending pick 130 on Keaton Mitchell when you can get Bigsby in the 170s?
Yeah, I guess for me it's more so just like I think he'll be more involved than just a pure handcuff. Whereas like with Tank Bigsby, like there's no chance that he's going to take away from Saquon. And the only way it matters is if now I like Tank, like I'm on board with that pick. I just think Keaton Mitchell probably does have some sort of role, maybe as a receiving back, But I see your point, which is like if Saquon goes down and if Hampton goes down, like the upside with Tank is so much higher.
I would love Katron Allen here.
I like that.
We get the bring back as well against the Jags that we did not get with Chig earlier. So with this build, like part of the argument is that Hampton just crushes so much. Javante's going to stay healthy. Gainwell's going to be a consistent flex play, and then we get the guy that wins the goal line job and is the most valuable commander is the argument, and then Bigsby will hit our lineup weeks 12 on because Saquon's going down. I'm good with this group of 5. I'm good with this group of 2. Kyler unstacked. The rushing upside is fine. Our receiver room is so loaded. With Hunter, we got the luxury of Trey Harris, so that's going to be sweet. I think loading up on just these late round tight ends, getting 3 just because Kincaid is not super consistent.
Yep, that's the move I would make.
Sweet. We are in agreement. Dulcich for the volume is an interesting bet. I think spike weeks though, I prefer Ferguson. Do you have any take here?
Yeah, I think for I don't feel the same way about the spike week potential of Ferguson, so I'd probably go Dulcich between the two.
Let's do it.
I think Njoku, like personally, I think Njoku, it's not even that I think he's going to be like taking away from Gadsden necessarily. I just think there's going to be a lot of 2 tight end sets potentially. And I think that Njoku could be in the red zone quite a bit. So I think he's an interesting shot to take.
I have so much of him because I was pretty convinced that he was going to sign with a really good team that used him back in free agency. So pre-draft, I was taking him a lot. I was like, he's going to play somewhere. He's not a 17th round pick. I think he's going to move up. All the rumors of where he would go never materialized.
Yeah.
And then once he went to the Chargers, it was like, damn it, I already had a shit ton of Gadsden too.
So I had a ton of Gadsden.
So I've been chasing Gadsden down the board now that he's in the 140s, 150s. I happily take him. But because I had so much Njoku to begin with, I still mix him in. I like the backstack, but I'm kind of exclusively doing it when I need the backstack with Herbert, just because if not, he would move up to like 25% of my exposure. I had him at like 18% before he signed.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, let me not force it. I expected his price to move up. I'm kind of shocked it hasn't changed. But there's a world where he's actually more utilized than Gadsden because Gadsden can't really block.
That's the thing is that's like I understand why the Chargers did it from a team building perspective because I think that's where people get a little hung up though is that I think when it comes to like obvious passing situations, I think it's clearly going to be Gadsden on the field more because Gadsden is just a better pass catcher at this point of his career and he's just more athletic. So, but when it comes to a red zone perspective and like a play action perspective, that's where I think Njoku takes a lot is because of, that size that he has, the blocking ability he has, the red zone ability he has. I do think that could trump him in certain weeks. So I'm with you, dude. Like I drafted a ton of Gadsden, and I mean a ton before this whole thing happened. So
I'm willing to go with your boy Darnell, and then I never take him, but just to be really different, do you ever click Ingram?
I've clicked him once or twice.
Would you take him here or just time out with Washington?
We got timed out anyways, but I would have been okay with it. Honestly, in the 18th round, if I'm going tight end, I'm usually going 3 or 4 tight end builds. And I've taken my fair share of Theo Johnson and Michael Mayer because very similar to the Chargers, I think that the Raiders and the Giants are going to be in a lot of 2 tight end sets. And I think that people have just kind of written off Theo with the addition of Likely. I think Theo is going to be involved still. And then Mayer, personally for me, there's a reason the Raiders won't trade this dude. Like, keep in mind, the Raiders, like, they got one of the better 2 tight ends when they got Mayer several years ago in the Kincaid class. And Kubiak's like, no, like we're going to use him. And I think there's a reason for that because he's good. And Clint Kubiak's system's always 2 tight ends. So those are probably my 2 most popular round 18 tight end picks, actually.
Good to know. I do not take Michael Mayer. I'll admit I'm not bold enough, but I did really like him when he came out of college. I thought he was actually destined to be pretty good. So he's just kind of in a bad spot. But yeah, you make a fair point. They're not moving off him for a reason. Uh, who knows? Maybe he runs more routes than we expect this year. That'd be fun if he hits.
It would
But
be.
he feels like he's mostly just contingent value because even when like Bowers was out, he wasn't like the best piece to flex into your lineup on a whim. He had
Yeah.
maybe one touchdown. He had like one or two okay games the last couple of years, but like it's not like every week that Bowers is gone. He's just like, yep, you should be starting Mayer. Um,
I
he's
also
still
think
like you can leave him on the waiver wire. It's all right.
I also think that there was quarterback issues and play calling issues too that went into that as well. So I think with Kubiak, now if you get Mendoza and he has a decent year, then I think things could change in that regard. But I see your point.
Melkenstein, pleasure drafting with y'all as well. What pick did you have, Melkenstein? I believe you were pick one. B Melko would make the most sense. Not sure I've ever seen you before, so if you are interested, we can review your roster. But first, we're going to review ours, and then Montano made it back in this draft, so I'll review Montano. John Tara is also a member, and yeah, Melk is at pick one. Do you got time to join me? I know you're 2 hours ahead
Uh,
of me, so
I'm gonna
I don't want
have
to
to,
push you.
yeah, I'm gonna have to call it here, man. But
You want to just mention our team real fast and
yeah, well, yeah, let's run through real quick, and then yeah, I am gonna have to hop off though.
totally understand. I'll let you take the reins and go for it.
Yeah, I mean, I think it looks good. I think the Trevor stack with the Jacksonville situation, I think that has a lot of weekly upside. I think Trevor, like I was dogging him earlier, I think from a fantasy perspective that he's going to be consistent enough to be a QB1 and have the spike weeks to where he could be like a top 2 quarterback any week. Kyler, I'm not in love with the pick. I will say at the range you're getting Kyler at, the rushing upside, there is potential there. So I'm not going to completely write the pick off. The running back position, the big bet on Hampton, I personally loved it. I endorsed it, signed off on it. Javonte, I think Javonte is going to be very stable. And at that value, it was sick. I think Kenny G is a great RB3. Tank Bigsby, that's a big bet. If Saquon were to go down, Tank Bigsby would be excellent, in my opinion. And Katron Allen, I like that bet as well. Like I said, I've taken him my fair share at times. And then Drake London, Devonta Smith, BTJ, Jordan Tyson, Jaden Reed. Dobbs is the one I probably wouldn't have picked, but all the other ones I think that's a tremendous receiving room right there. Anytime you draft with me, I'm big on the receiver position. So I like that room a lot. And then Kincaid, Dulcich, the big Mount Washington could be a little bit better, but considering we kind of pushed back the tight end position a lot, I think you'll have a lot of pickup from the receiver position when it comes to flex options. So if we can just get one tight end a week to give us like 12 to 15 points on any given week, I think this team will be in pretty good shape.
I'm excited, man. The receiver room looks amazing. We also got like several like really deep fallers too, like with Hunter full 12 picks, Dobbs 10 picks, Reed was 9 picks, Tyson was another 5 picks. Like everyone's just crazy good value. The Javante price, the Kyler price, like shit was even Kincaid and 10 picks
Yeah.
on Dulcich. Like across the board, it's just really interesting values. But it's all going to depend on Hampton. And I'm happy
It's
to
a
make
big
that
bet.
bet. I'm
It's a
happy to
big
make that
bet.
bet.
Big bet, and I hope hopefully it works out for you, man.
Well, appreciate you, Ryan. Let the people know where they can find you and anything you're working on these days. But I really appreciate you coming on. And I know you're 2 hours ahead, so Get some sleep soon.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it was a great time. It was a great time being on here. Obviously, Fantasy Football Roundup. If you haven't checked out my channel, come check me out. Everything during the season is consistent, weekly. And at this point, I've been live streaming every day as well. Been having a ball doing it. So I'm glad we got to do a collaboration tonight. I had a good time. And yeah, it was a great night of drafting, man.
Pleasure to have you, and would be honored to do it again sometime. Looking forward to maybe some more collabs in the future. And yeah, check him out on YouTube if you haven't subscribed yet. There's a bunch of people who've already done it, beat you to it, but get in. If you would like to see this happen again, let us know in the comment section below. And thank you once again for joining me.
It was a great time, man. Cheers to you. Cheers to the chat.
Cheers to you too. Cheers to the Steelers, maybe either falling off a cliff entirely or finally coming through with a playoff win. But or at least the Commanders go with a winning season.
Yeah, well, the Commanders, I have more faith in my Commanders pick than I do the Steelers winning a playoff game. We'll put it that way.
Yeah, I wouldn't bet on that either. So
yeah. All right, man. You take it easy.
You too, man. Cheers.
Yep. See ya.
All right. Thank you to Ryan once again. Appreciate everyone for watching. We got a few more team reviews, and I'll revisit that. Let me know what you guys think of this team. Obviously, the Hampton pick going to be polarizing, but I think overall it came together, and we have a unique combo with the Hampton London. That's just not a teammate pairing you're going to get on too many other rosters. Nobody else is bold or maybe dumb enough to do it like I am. But let's revisit the chat real quick. Sure. Sounds good, Milk. We will take a look. Play calling issues is an understatement. I've already forgotten the context. But Hallie, appreciate you. Yeah, it was a fun time. The 2.5 hours, maybe a bit longer than I expected, but blew past. Very easy to talk to with Ryan, and a fun time. Enjoyed both of the teams as well. Appreciate the confidence, Milk. Let's maybe next year he's being drafted in the top 3. Maybe, just maybe. I am willing to make the bet. But let's revisit some people drafting. There was Milk at the 101. Anonymous was in here. But first, I'm going to get to Montano and Jantara, who are members. And then Legion's in here. If Legion, are you? I don't think so, Paul. But I'll take a peek as well. I got time. I'm not afraid. And let me check the likes. Honestly, I might have time for a third one. We have 51 likes. Honestly, I think that warrants it. I'm gonna drop a little poll. And actually, no, I'm just gonna do a puppy. Definitely gonna go back to a cheap option. But yeah, if y'all are willing to stick around, I'll do a third draft if y'all would like. I definitely can fit that in. I'm rolling solo, so let me move over to Jantara. First draft with us tonight. He'll go first. He's got Burrow, Bryce, and Aaron Rodgers. Not in love with the Bryce pick, but solid cheap options down below. Hope Burrow is stacked. He is with Higgins. Good. CMC and Saquon for the bring back. That's a nice little pair. Both fell a couple spots. That's pretty sweet. Dowdle, Brooks, and Charbonnet. Very fun. I have not been willing to take Charbonnet on a 5 RB build, but I might as well. I'm starting to talk myself into it. He's also slowly moving up the board. Officially 159 in the ADP. He used to be 160s. Keep that in mind, everyone. If you miss out on Charbs, I'm sure you're not going to feel good taking him at 110, potentially in August. But we got T. Higgins, Tet McMillan, Carnell Tate, Chris Godwin, Michael Pittman, Mooney, and Brazel. Very legit, very solid receiving core. Maybe not the most like elite number 1, but Higgins can definitely deliver. And I'm not totally convinced on Tet, but you have him stacked. I do believe in Tate. And then Godwin just needs to stay healthy, but he's a fine click. And then Pittman at 106, I think, is one of the best values. So you might think it's a bit rough, but the Mooney and Brazel who knows? Brazil feels kind of worthless, but top five, I think, are pretty solid. Andrews, Likely, and Fryermuth, very complete, solid floor play at tight end. So just need the quarterback room to hit, and with Burrow, you should be fine. He's got a good enough playoff schedule. You got a chance there, John Tara. I see the direction, I see the vision. Not bad at all. Montano in here though with Jaden Daniels, Malik Willis, Mendoza well behind ADP, very very solid, and running quarterbacks up top, no complaints. Genty, Walker, Kyron, Manangai, Jordan James, very nice, like that a lot. Egbuka, Christian Watson, Metcalf, Jacoby Myers as the fourth, the floor play. Tucker, Antonio Williams, Ted Hurst, and Surratt. So multiple bets on rookies. Hopefully that hits. Tucker as the fifth, a little shaky just because like Watson, injury risk, Egbuka. Some people don't love it, but I like it. And then Metcalf is fine, but maybe not the most exciting. But then Pitts and Goddard, that's a pretty sweet combo. Fun team. The receiver room will decide it. But love the running back room. Abso-fucking-lutely worth the bet. Jaden is only stacked with Antonio Williams. I might have preferred a Chig or a Terry, though, on this roster. But can't have everything. Jaden unstacked. No complaints. But Melko, first time in with us today, so we'll take a look at Team 1. Stafford, Cam Ward, and Daniel Jones for waiting on the position. Not bad at all. Melk says, I think Myers a great price for where he is at. I think Jacksonville will have another huge year. If it wasn't as crowded, if I wasn't willing to bet on Travis Hunter, I think I would be in on Jacoby as well. But I'm in on BTJ. I'm fairly in on Parker. And then I'm also willing to bet on Hunter. I feel like I'd be hedging too much if I also felt super confident about Myers. But I think you could be correct, especially if the Travis Hunter bet is incorrect or Parker falls off. They paid him a lot, so he will be used. He just, like Ryan was saying earlier, might never hit like 20 points. Kind of feels like the max for him is like a 70-yard touchdown game, given how crowded it is. But definitely an affordable price. He's fine, but upside sometimes is lacking. We got Gibbs, though, at the 101, Jeremiah Love, and Chuba Hubbard. I'm not a Chuba guy. I'm also not really a Tajay guy. You also take Singleton, so just the bet against Pollard. I've been reluctant to do that. I've been taking one of these late guys or the other, not both together. And I've actually kind of convinced myself the way to play Tennessee is to just take Pollard. I think if Pollard stays healthy, he's probably going to be as close to a workhorse in that backfield. And if you look at his production last year, Pollard had a lot of games with 90 plus scrimmage yards. It was just the Titans' offensive line. He could never get in the end zone consistently. But Pollard, I think, is actually a very safe bet. And then I only think one of these guys has a role, barring injury. And by taking both, you kind of just need an injury for them to hit. But maybe one of them crushes and the other one, you can tolerate the zero. But if they split the backfield if Pollard goes down, that's kind of a bummer. However, Chuba scares me. Chuba, I don't understand why he refuses to fall. We've seen Brooks be steamed up the board, but then Chuba just consistently stays there. And at some point, something's got to give on Chuba. So he's not my favorite click. I go Pollard instead of Chuba personally. But sounds like if you're taking these two, you might be betting against Tony Pollard. So good luck with the Arizona Carolina bet. But with Gibbs, you're always in good shape. Running back feels a little shaky, though, behind him for my sake. But Melk says, for sure, I've drafted a ton of Pollard this year. It's worth having a team that bets against it if you have a ton of them. He's a good click, though. Like him. Olave on this team, Adams, Alec Pierce, Michael Wilson, Wan'Dale Robinson, Omar Cooper, Judy, and Chris Bell. Pretty solid. Love the Olave Adams, as long as Olave is not dealing with that blood clot too much. But I wouldn't panic on it. I'm not afraid. I'm also not panicking on Alec Pierce. I think he's a fine 7th round click, but I have noticed him fall. I took him at like 92 the other day. That was a fucking steal. So like him, willing to take him. Wilson scares me, but we took him on the previous team. Ryan's okay with it. So I think for at 96, round 9, I'm more comfortable, but it's still there's still I could see him be less valuable than Wandale, honestly. He still kind of scares me. But I know the Candyman Fantasy Football Garage really likes him. I know some people like him. And if Harrison goes down again, he will crush. But maybe he's more valuable than Harrison. Perhaps I am drafting scared and I should be more confident. Omar Cooper, though, hyper talented round 1 receiver. Judy and Chris Bell, I am not clicking these names. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm never taking Judy. I think he needs to be traded, and I wouldn't want to bet on it. And then Chris Bell, just a little too injured. I want more clarity on Miami. I like him. I think he's talented. But at the moment, if I'm taking a Dolphins receiver that late, give me Dulcich and even give me Caleb Douglas at the moment, just because Chris Bell could be a real zero and he goes drafted way more often than Caleb Douglas. At least you get a little unique with Douglas, but Chris Bell is more talented ultimately. He just needs to be healthy. So worth the swing on occasion, but sometimes I'm afraid to do it. Final click of the draft, though. Not bad. Loveland and Hawkinson. I wish you kind of let me have Hawkinson. You did not pass, but you needed a second tight end, so totally fair. Someone earlier kind of criticized you on taking Cam Ward that high, but in all honesty, I understood it. The stack with Wandale, Cam Ward was probably not going to make it back to you, more likely than not. The Carnell Tate drafter probably would have scooped him up. And he goes like pick 130 now, pick 135. Pick 121 is not like egregious, but I still have Baker ranked above him. So I guess you just wanted the stack. You wanted Shuck, but you both got snapped. Yeah, I knew you had Olave. You're probably planning for Shuck as well. But the stack with Cam Ward, not bad. But I always love betting on cheap players, Daniel Jones and Darnold. Only 5K last year. Yo, that's awesome, man. Love to hear that. Congrats. I would love if that happened for one of us today in this Pitbull draft. All right, so fun team. Very interesting. The Loveland makes tight end feel great. A nice little cherry on top. I'm just reluctant to believe in not just them, but also Jeremiah. I think the running back depth is just what scares me a little too much. But I explained my thought process. I like the receiving room, very balanced. Quarterback is also pretty solid. Legit team. Also, one thing I've noticed at the 101, I've seen a lot of teams, because I do these team reviews, I've seen a lot of teams with Gibbs that look very similar. There's a lot of Gibbs Goff teams that also have Jalen Hurts, Mekhi Lemon, or something like that. And I really like when I see a Gibbs team that isn't even close to that. So in that respect, kudos. A little more unique than some other 101s I've seen. But we mentioned Underdog Anonymous. He's got Dart, Goff, and Tua. The Tua click is not too shabby. Yo, Melk, welcome to the Blunt Rotation, my friend. Thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate the support. Thanks a lot. So yeah, team reviews are available for all members, but especially if you're in the first draft ever or for the night. If I'm feeling generous, also for the night, but especially ever, I'll also do team review. Thank you for joining. All right, so Dart, Goff, and Tua, solid. Bijan, Swift, Rodriguez, Pacheco, Johnson, and Jaden Blue, Emmett, not bad. But Pacheco, I think, is too expensive. Blue is not my favorite click, but could have value. C-Rod, you're not afraid. And then Bijan Swift is a very strong 1-2 punch. Pickens, J-Mo, Parker, pretty solid there. Sutton, Golden, Boston, and Branch. Pretty complete, and I love the price on Golden. Honestly, I've been taking Matthew Golden a lot, and 122 feels fantastic. So fun receiver room. No complaints there. The reach on Sutton is a little interesting, but maybe you were planning for Bo Nix and just went against it. Where did Bo Nix go in this one? Oh, yeah, I think you got sniped. You did. Bo Nix went one pick above. Might have been setting that up, just didn't get it. Pivoting to dart though, nice consolation prize, not bad at all with that. And Trey McBride, Brenton Strange, that's always pretty good. Yeah, A-Rod wanted Bo, got sniped. Very, very fair. Of course, thank you for taking the time to look at it. Not a blunt, but I got my high concentration vape. Sweet. I mean, blunt is a double entendre. I have actually never smoking a blunt on the stream. I do not smoke any more tobacco. I've quit tobacco well before I started the channel. So I'm a pipe guy. I'll roll a joint on occasion, and then very rarely will bust out the bong. But I'm economic with my smoking. I go with the pipe myself. But welcome. Nice to meet you. Thanks for joining. We mentioned. Did I already do Montano? Yes, I already did Montano. We also mentioned Legion, and then this is the last one. Legion, and then we move on to a puppy, and that'll be it. Allen and Love, very fine with that. Hyper Fragile with Taylor Cook, Jacobs, and Bucky, love it. Worth the risk, discounted. Round 3 former picks. Let's go. Love it. This should be a very fun receiving and tight end room, given only 6 picks are devoted to quarterback and running back. And so far, I really like it. We got Roma Dunze, Jordan Addison, Casey Concepcion, Jalen Coker, Stephon Diggs, Jawan Jennings at 155. Solid, but not my favorite addition. Good price, though. Not terrible. Past ADP. Debo as well. Jeremy Bernard and Pat Bryant. Very good depth. Very fun. The high-end upside swings. For Rome to still be your number one, I love it. I think that's awesome. And then Kraft, Gunnar Helm, and Gesicki. So the elite tight end stacked up. Very fun. And then Helm and Gesicki for depth. This is a really, really nice team. I like this team a lot, Legion. Out of the pick 11 with Allen. Sometimes you can draft Allen and not be too happy about the build. But this one feels great. 9 receivers after waiting to round 6 to take one. Obviously, the Concepcion bet is a little gross, well above ADP, but we might be getting one of the last wide receiver ones in the league. At pick 107, why not? When you're going to take 9 of them, it's worth it. Yeah, this is a very fun team. I'm glad I took a peek with Paul's roster. But good man. I used to be a pipe man before I started vaping. I have not pivoted to the vape. I like the fire element as well as the real smoke. But maybe I'm just paranoid about the vapes. Maybe I'm just a creature of habit. I think that's what it is. All right, we're hopping into a puppy. I'll give y'all a little countdown. Give you a little minute to get it ready. We're joining the puppy in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 5 spots left. And this will be our final draft of the evening. Thank y'all for sticking with us. We've been like consistently at like 50 concurrent viewers almost all night. At one point, I think we got up to like 75, almost 80. So thank y'all very much. It was a fun collab. I had a good time with Fantasy Football Roundup. Ryan's a good dude and easy to talk to. Some stances we have in common. A few takes were a little bit different on, but that's a big point of having different voices come on the channel. A lot of smart people in the fantasy space. There's going to be plenty of stuff I'm going to be wrong on. So to have other opinions, at the very least, getting extra exposures, never bad. But thank you, John Tara. Yeah, it was easy to talk with Roundup. He's a pro. But Spurs is in here. Yo, what's up? Let's take a look. We got Rook and Rock. Never seen you before. If you're watching, welcome. But he's at the 101. TS Mernos. Can't say I recognize him. Legion's in here again. I'll say this, Legion. I will skip the second team review, but glad you enjoyed the first one. JT Cook was a fun 1-2 combo. Had to throw in Allen for all the Buffalo TDs. Yeah, I think you built it very strong. I love the Cook Allen combo for sure. That team was very exciting. And then if you're right on Jacobs and Bucky, They could be two of the best values on the board. You had a really, really interesting team there. Very fun. Yo, Dante, how you doing? What is this picture? I'm Is that one of those like monkeys with like the weird like big nose? I can't quite tell what this picture is. It might just be a kiwi though. It might just be a kiwi fruit. Uh, yeah. In general, no one's gonna be in lockstep. No chance. So there's always going to be some things that are different. But I am on the clock. Would have loved CMC there, but our boy Amon Ra's available. I have him ranked 5th or 6th. Uh, I'm happy to take Amon Ra. But pick 4 is NMG 403. Not sure if you're watching, but good luck to you. Spurs at the 105. We'll give Spurs a team review. Danimal's in here for the first time tonight. Danimal gets a team review. And then Lone Wolf, good luck. Not sure if you're watching. Melko in here again, who did become a member. So Melko, I'll take a peek as well. And then Calories in here. Juntara's a member. And then Buddy Man. So a lot of friends and family, almost all exclusively on the right side of the board. But a lot of teams to take a peek at. I'll try and revisit it over the course of the draft. That way I don't have too much on my plate when it's all said and done. But Hampton, this is the reason why you maybe shouldn't be reaching on him so high, but this is one of my favorite starts imaginable. Our boy Hampton at pick 16, going to crush. Love it. Everyone that is sleeping on it will be wrong. They'll be upset. But Dante is late. Thought this was on Ryan's channel. We were hoping to do a dual stream. He's never used StreamYard before, and I've never used that feature. So I turned it on, and we were just going to trust that if it worked, it worked. But he told me not to panic on if it didn't work or not. And if we got to do another collab on Ryan's channel later, I'm happy to oblige. But it sounds like from this comment, maybe it didn't also dual broadcast on his channel. I've never used the feature, so I was a little confused. Watched a YouTube tutorial that made it sound really simple, but he's never used StreamYard, not even once. So it is possible that maybe it didn't work. But you can catch the replay if you would like. It was a fun conversation, a lot of different topics. We took our time as well. The first like 20 minutes, I was kind of just getting to know him and slowly ease into to our drafting. But also did a little win-loss pick game with the Commanders. I'm not going to spoil that for you, but that occurs between the drafts if you're interested. And yeah, very, very nice time this evening with Ryan. Good dude. Orangutan. I feel like the orangutan has more of like a flat face and like kind of a smaller nose. Like maybe I'm mistaken. Maybe there's some type of orangutan that do have the big nose, but I have no idea what that animal is called. It looks like it's got like Squidward's nose, basically. I mean, do we draft scared on neighbors here? Do we push it? Do I let you guys fall on the sword? Nah, let's do it. Today I go neighbors at 33. Go big or go home. Why not? We got Amon Ra, one of the safest clicks. Neighbors used to be going in the second. And even if he misses like 4 games, I kind of don't give a shit. You're telling me he gets the Cowboys week 17? I think I'm in on that. But, yo, what's up, Mike? You are on the clock currently. Buddy Man starts Chase Brown, Saquon Barkley. Good luck to you as well. Cheers, brother. But, yeah, YOLO, Danimal, right? YOLO. I like it a little more in the 4th round, but I wouldn't be shocked if the 3 teams at the bookend also take him in the fourth round. Like I could see them all pass at 34, 35, and 36, but at 37, 38, and 39, it's definitely more tempting. So not convinced he would have fallen to me at pick 40. And there's a strategy I would love to implement with this next pick. So taking the risk, but damn it, John Tara is not going to let me have it. I would have really wanted Scattaboo there at pick 40. Scattaboo would have been fucking great. So a little unfortunate. I'm not going to pull up a running back. Going to just take my chances. And you know what? It's been a minute since I've taken Igbuka, but I've been a big proponent of Igbuka dating back to last year. I've always liked him. And if you actually had him on your roster, because that's the thing about Igbuka, I feel like the reason why some people are afraid are because they actually didn't experience what it was like to actually be starting Igbuka in September and October last year. Once he got the hamstring injury, it wasn't the same. But he played through it. And when you look at his game logs and you don't take that into account, that's where I think people sour on Igbuka. But Evans is gone. Igbuka was a first round pick. I don't believe that Ted Hurst is going to keep him off the field. And I'm just not totally convinced that Godwin will just ever be the same to really threaten Igbuka's role in this offense. So Igbuka was just so dominant. He was operating as a top 5 wideout, top of the season. He was just so consistent. The touchdowns were just like clockwork. And if you were playing like daily in like week 6, week 5, do you remember how high we were drafting Igbuka? Like in the Sunday slate, Igbuka was like a top 3, top 4 pick sometimes. Like Igbuka can fucking crush. I want to bet on Tampa Bay's offense. I'm slightly concerned though that his week 17 matchup against Trent McDuffie is going to be brutal. And that's kind of the only argument I've talked myself into on fading Igbuka at this price. But ultimately, there's a lot of weird fourth round prices. They're all kind of a little bit odd versus the names who go off in the fifth round. I could definitely see some of them be more valuable than some of these fourth rounders. But upside, 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 Bucks offense, Bucks receiving room, always valuable and definitely a team I'd like to bet on. Also, the Baker price has gotten very affordable lately, so should be easily capable of acquiring that stack if I want it. But no worries, John Tara. Take the correct pick. Scattaboo is definitely the running back you want in the fourth. I don't mind it at all. I think it was the right click. But Judkins falls back to 57. Our boy Roundup liked him, kind of wanted to take him in the last lobby. So I could mix him in here, but I'll be honest. The riskiness of Chris Rodriguez and his foot injury has actually gotten me a little bit more interested in Tootin lately. So I think the upside of Tootin is worth it. I could see him just not pay off though, and maybe I should have just taken Judkins. Also, I doubled up on the week 7 bye. Perhaps that will be an issue down the line, but at running back, when I'm going to draft at least 5, if not 6 of them, I don't want more week 7 buys, but I'm not going to let that stop me from taking who I think might just be the right pick. You know, the Jags offense is good. The Chargers offense is good. Inevitably, you're going to have some teams with both of them. Unfortunately, they have the same bye week, but not the same issue as if they were both quarterbacks. And after taking 3 receivers, it's nice to get back in it. Running back in the 5th round, that's a pocket that is hard to replicate as we move through the rest of the lobby. The rest of the board can sometimes be a little thin at that position. But John Tara says, J-Mac getting some steam as the new X. I'm in on him. I do like Jalen McMillan. I do not believe it will threaten Igbuka too much. But price falls back. Interesting. Very interesting. I'll do it. At 64, I will do it. I have been talking myself more into Charbonnet as of late. I think that's also an interesting bet. So if that's valuable, then it would be at the detriment of Jadarian Price. However, we do know that Price will mostly be the guy all season. Like until December, I think he's probably going to get the most touches. We'll see what happens though when Sharps gets healthy. But Price should have a lot of goal line touches. That's my bet. I like him a lot more than Chuba, that's for sure. I'm not going to pull up Ramondre. I could have taken Parker, set up another Trevor Lawrence investment, but we go Price at a discount and get a different team. Also different bye week than week 7. Not bad. But Hallie saying between his injuries and Baker's injuries, it has convinced me to believe in Egbuka. Yeah, there were so many injuries in Tampa collectively last year. It really was just like a snake bitten season. And Egbuka never was given the chance to really heal from his hamstring strain. Egbuka got hurt, and because they were so decimated, Evans had that collarbone. Godwin was still barely practicing. He came back to the field, came back off to recover further. McMillan had the neck injury, wasn't even available till the end of the year. Egbuka was just forced to stay and not properly recover, and that's why he failed to separate after the hamstring strain. So that's something where you should be missing like 3 weeks in order to get healthy. I just think that really held him back. And then once Baker got hurt, yeah, even more reason to understand why Egbuka may not have been the best down the stretch. But context matters. We'll see if it matters again. But Melk says, I believe in Egbuka, but I don't know if I believe in Baker. Interesting. This is a contract year for him. Right. I think that's correct on Baker. He signed like a 3-year deal when they brought him in. Yeah, that checks out. Definitely checks out on Baker Mayfield. But all right. So far, the team is fairly balanced. We have a risky bet with Neighbors, but worth it. Amon Ra as our anchor, I think, gives us the luxury there. But Egbuka as the third, when he does hit the lineup, he can really, really pay off with touchdowns. So love that. And then our boy Hampton, Baishal Tootin, and Jadarian Price. Solid depth so far, but King Calorie behind us. He might be very upset with my upcoming pick. Receiver in this range, Metcalf's not bad. Pierce, I've noticed has fallen dramatically lately, so kind of willing to push Alec Pierce, see if he makes it back to me with the next pick. But Melko goes QJ. That's annoying because you're not gonna get the stack either, bud. Not today, Melko. I like the Hampton Herbert stack. I do. I took him in the 6th round earlier in this draft. I'm calling my shot. I'm not afraid. Week 7 at quarterback with Hampton and Tootin. We'll move on with that. Not upset with that. Sorry, Calorie. Especially if Melko didn't take QJ, I would have taken Herbert even faster because then I can talk myself into, oh, I'm also getting QJ on the way back. So makes even more sense. But not upset. I got plenty of Herbert QJ teams. There's plenty of backstacks. If anything, I might need more Herbert and Ladd teams. If anything, that might be the stack I might be missing because I got a shit ton of Trey Harris, a lot of Gadsden, a lot of Njoku, and then I also have a decent amount of Hampton. But today, it's not the end of the world. Not at all. Can live with it. Not be too upset. Mahomes goes. I might just take Dart because I doubt he circles all the way back. I've seen Dart fall, but odds are at like 103, someone's going to be like, oh, well, I don't need him stacked. I'll just take him here. Yeah, let me bet on Neighbors big time on this one. Let me go Jackson Dart with Neighbors. At 88, I think it's fine. While I have seen him fall to pick 100, 105 might be pushing it. I think if I had Danimal's pick or he's at the 106 in this one, I think I would have passed on Dart and made the gamble that I could get him at 102. But I think odds are he would have gone off at like 102, 103, 104, and I wouldn't have gotten him. Maybe it was worth it, but I'm willing to push it. I also have the confidence that my top three receivers are that good. And now I can pass on Jared Goff if I really want to. Maybe I can take Laporta and Goff if the price is there. And then I can really push Baker if I want. I've seen Baker fall really far. Maybe I could get Baker at 129. But the Godwin drafter is there at the 104 now. If anything, Baker probably goes at 124 if he's in the 11th round. So I can also just stop with two quarterbacks, Herbert and Dart, enough invested in high enough value where as long as they're healthy, I could have two top 5 quarterbacks any given week with the two of them. And then Herbert stacked up with my round 2 player, Dart with my round 3 player. Definitely makes plenty of sense. Not afraid with that combo. Hallie says McBride and Warren tight end duo is a fun one. And that's what Team 1 has. They have Gibbs, Jeremiah, and Trey McBride. So the double Arizona. Yikes. That scares me. Terry and Jalen Waddle. He did not get Daniels to make it back. Almost, but at 69, didn't quite get it. And then goes bully tight end with Tyler Warren, Harrison Manungai, and takes Josh Downs. Interesting. Team 1 is pushed quarterback. And this room might bully him. That is the problem with being at the 101 and not having a quarterback by round 9. At least one of them might be worth your time. You can absolutely get bullied. Unfortunately, Laporta did get taken, so I would have loved to go Laporta here and then push Goff. That would have been awesome. But because I have the double week 7 bye, I want to mix in an RB4 that I feel pretty confident will get me some points in that week. So although I could push for Brooks, maybe, I'm going to just take Kenny Gainwell here. I think he's the right pick in the 9th round. I like him a lot. And it gives me another Tampa Bay Buccaneer. So I'm kind of just furthering the bet on this offense and trusting that my top 3 receivers are going to deliver. With these 4 running backs, I only need one more. I can stop at 2 quarterbacks. So I can develop the depth at receiver where I'll piece it together. And then if y'all watch this channel, you know that I like to push tight end. I'm never afraid to wait a little while and get a nice option. But I'm kind of tempted to push receiver in this round. I'm kind of tempted to just make the bet that Neighbors is going to play a little bit more and that I have like just really an elite duo. And then Igbuka is like also just like top 10. I'm kind of willing to just make that bet that I was just very correct on this receiver build because Goff would make sense, but it might be overkill. I think if I'm going to draft a onesie here, a non-whiteout, I'd rather go tight end. But if it's not Kyle Pitts, I'm not dying to take Kittle. But I have seen some reports that maybe Kittle could be ready week 1. That'd be fucking crazy. Apparently he's ahead of schedule. Maybe Kittle's one of the best picks on the board when you really think about it. Perhaps. But Golden does go. I would have preferred Golden here. So unless I'm taking Wandale, I think it's a tight end. And I've looked at my Kyle Pitts exposure, and as he falls at pick 112, I should increase it. I'm going to get back in. I'm going to go Kyle Pitts here. And fuck it. We only have 3 receivers so far. I don't usually like to be in this situation, but we invested early. We got some really good ones. And why not just bet that I know my shit and I can make some good calls and stances the rest of the way. So Kyle Pitts, welcome to the team. We have a very good starting roster on this one. I will say, if the only players that don't hit our starting roster in the fantasy playoffs in the championship week are like Jackson Dart and Jadarian Price, this team could still win it all. We got 3 receivers taken care of. We got the tight end. We got the flex with an RB. Let's say it's Gainwell, hypothetically. Maybe it's Jadarian against Carolina. Who knows? But Hampton against the Chiefs, Beischel Tootin against the Commanders. Those 2 players should pop. And then whichever quarterback does the best Maybe it's the Jackson Dart Malik Neighbors combo that hits my lineup, but you only need 8 players. Maybe I've already drafted the 8 that I need. So now I just need to get back in at receiver. But if I want to only stop at 2 tight ends, that's also a luxury I can afford. This 5th running back is not someone I need to count on too much. So can afford a luxury or just a really cheap value, a bet that somebody late will pop. This team's developing nicely. Maybe receivers too thin for some of y'all, but I'm willing to take the risk. Not afraid. Melk says I have like 20% QJ drafted in my exposure this year so far. He also won me money last year. I have you beat. I have about 28% QJ. I'm an addict. So good click, especially with the lad hamstring news today. Maybe QJ is one of the best picks you could ever find. But how many best ball drafts did you do last year? Asks Hallie. I'll leave that to the chat discussion. Curious to see who that team takes at first QB. He goes with Baker. He does get lucky enough to have a solid option. But yeah, if I had taken Baker, he would have been screwed. All right, I'm back on the clock, and Jaden Higgins makes it back. I can definitely do that if I choose to. Not my favorite click, though, honestly. Really not. I'm kind of tempted to just fuck it. Fuck it. I might just stop with 2 tight ends. Kyle Pitts, Isaiah Likely. We're getting a little risky at receiver, and I like it, honestly. I'm here for it. I might go 9 wideouts. Because how many clicks do I have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I need one more running back. Yeah, this is going to be a fun 2-5-9-2, I think. I think with Neighbors getting the 9th is not crazy. But the big stack on the Giants, willing to bet on it. Would have loved Scattaboo, but we get Igbuka instead, and we got some interesting running back combos. So we're in a puppy. Why not get a little risky? Let's do it. I'm going to go Coker here, not even considering Tyrone Tracy. Give me Jalen Coker. Wide receiver 4. Come on down. Fun player. We're cokeheads today. John Tara. Kittle has always had the goal of week 1, but he's hedged in interviews recently. It feels way too reckless to put him on the field week 1. Like, what's the point? You know that Tonjes can deliver, right? Like, this team needs to win the Super Bowl, or get a really good draft pick. Like, I don't see the point in forcing Kittle on the field before he's ready. So even if he can practice week 1, no chance, in my opinion, that happens. It's nice to hear. It's optimistic, but is it wise? Not at all. And it's just unnecessary. It's too reckless. It's most likely not going to happen. All right. So I'm repping the 2442, and we are taking a shit ton of wideouts the rest of the way. Unlike the last team where we were very strong at receiver, we are very top heavy. So you can argue that that's also a strength, but by acquiring a lot of flex depth, especially the running back room in this one, the running back room feels very fun. Hampton, Beischel, Tootin, Jadarian Price, and Kenneth Gainwell, pretty solid. Quarterback feels really fun with my boy Herbert and Jackson Dart, and then Kyle Pitts, Isaiah Likely. The Kevin Stefanski tight end should be fun, but Likely loved him last year. Stacks up very well. And then if I'm wrong about Neighbors, maybe he's injured longer than I expect, then Likely is just going to be the benefactor, probably the most in that scenario. So let's do it. I don't see nothing wrong with Isaiah Likely. But this is an interesting range. Strange goes. Lone Wolf is on the board, but he has 6 wideouts. I'm guessing he might pass here. And then we'll see what Melko does. Melko has a pretty comparable build. I would have loved Jalen McMillan there, in all honesty. That's the pick I kind of wanted most, but not the end of the world. I have Igbuka, so without Baker, maybe not fully necessary to take 2. And me and Roundup were in alignment on Trey Tucker in this range. A good click in round 13, if you ask me. But we'll see what happens around the turn. Would love to see non-whiteouts come off the board, but there's a couple directions I wouldn't mind going in. And in all honesty, I'm kind of tempted to go with Charbonnet. Like, legitimately tempted. Wouldn't be upset if I took Sharps here. However, I'd actually prefer if one of you guys sniped me on it because it would save me from myself. And by having Jadarian Price, maybe it's not the best bet to take both. Like, if Charbonnet hits, then it's probably going to be at the detriment of Price. So maybe I should just argue and lobby that Price will like just be that good of a pick, and it probably includes maybe Charbonnet not paying off. But we'll see what happens. A little run on tight end going on right here. Juwan, Sadiq, Hawkinson at 157, and then Hunter Henry 158. Interesting. Hawkinson and Sadiq over Henry. Don't see that too often. But Rodgers goes, and as much as I want to do it, I'm gonna take the more reasonable click. I'm gonna go Trey Harris, even though I'm pulling him up by a round. I have to wait 16 picks until my next one, so that's more picks than his ADP would suggest. And he's a name that's moving up the board. There's several of you in this lobby watching, and you know that I like Trey Harris. Just like I mentioned with Quentin Johnston, maybe the Ladd McConkey hamstring injury opens the door for someone else. I believe in the Harris breakout, so give him to me 160. I honestly think he's worth the same pick as Jalen McMillan. I really like him. So stacked up makes plenty of sense. I don't believe he'll make it back. And next pick off the board was Zach Charbonnet. So Melko not going to let him circle all the way back. I think having Price makes sense to just pass on Charbonnet. The argument for Charbs directly impacts the value of Price. So if you believe that was the right pick, then maybe Charbonnet. Not worth it. But Melk says, everything I want is getting reached for this draft. Ugh. One of those drafts wanted Mahomes, wanted Love, wanted anyone to pair with Kyler, but not in the cards. Unfortunately. Yeah, the Hawkinson one, that one also kind of brutal. That one's a little shocking. But where'd you take Kyler? You took him at 104. You did not take Addison. So, I mean, you did want Love. So, yeah, you and the Addison drafter, that's kind of funny. But I think you being on that side of the craft drafter, he was like, fuck it. Maybe Kyler circles back. Jantara, I keep taking your quarterbacks. Jantara, did you have Ladd? No, you had Scattaboo. Sorry, man. Maybe great minds just think alike, man. That's the explanation I'll give to you why it's happening. It's not intentional. Anytime I snipe someone, it's the pick I want. That's usually the reason. But you're talking to Milk, not me today. Yeah, Kyler unstacked is fine, but the back stacks are not as exciting. I think at the very least you'd like to have Addison, and then if you really want the stack, you better take like Aaron Jones, because Hawkinson does not excite me at all. Kyler doesn't throw touchdowns to the tight end position. That's just not his bag. Not what I want to bet on with Kyler. Yeah, sometimes you get sniped, you end up sniping someone else. The board decides your fate, unfortunately. But Um, this is kind of gross. This is very gross. Fuck it. I'm just gonna take the running back I want. I'm gonna go Katron here because honestly, I'm not really convinced who at wide receiver is the right click. So I'm kind of just gonna let the board decide. It has Stribling made it back. I would have taken him at 184, but I'm also not convinced he's the best click. And if I'm gonna go 9, I'm willing to get kind of different and maybe scroll down a little bit. Jeremy's all right, but we give him to the Rodgers team. I'm sure Calories happy. I have a shit ton of Jeremy in the first place, so it's fine. It is what it is. And then here is interesting. Tank Dell is apparently running around. Fuck it. I go Tank Dell today. Let's enjoy ourselves, shall we? We did not get Tank Bigsby, but we get the constellation Tank Dell, and I'm taking 9 of them. There's another risky play, but we're just really betting on neighbors. And then if Tank Dell is all right, I mean, rewind 2 years ago, we were drafting Tank Dell in the 4th round. You remember how fucking crazy that was? Tank Dell in round 4. Um, imagine if he plays like he did his rookie season. So I don't have much of him, but today we got a little risky. We got the double Trey with Trey Tucker, Trey Harris. We got Cokehead, Mr. Egbuka, Neighbors betting that he's healthy enough, and then Amon Ra anchoring everything. Having Amon Ra really allows for the tolerance of some risk factors. Amon Ra is quite a luxury pick, in all honesty. So such a safe investment, round 1. But Tank and Neighbors, those two are considered the luxury risks. And these last 2 picks will also be wideouts. So I'm going to get a little bit different. We'll take some names that you may be a little shocked with, unless there's like a really good value, something that just makes way too much sense. But I'm going to have some fun with these last 2 picks. I think it's worth mixing it up. But I will say Darnell Mooney might be compelling. Might be compelled to click Mooney given our New York Giants investment. But after I go Tank Dell, Fryermuth off the board, Tua goes off the board. I've been talking myself into Tua. Some people like Penix, but I kind of think Tua has the more value, the safer floor. I think there's a chance he just keeps the job. And then in terms of advancing, I think he helps you a lot more. Penix might be the guy, though, in the fantasy playoffs, the fantasy championship potentially, but I'm a little hard pressed to believe that the Falcons quarterback is who you need week 17 to win it all. However, to get the Falcons starter at such a cheap price as your QB3 might just help you advance because you're locking up points at the position. All right, I'm back on the clock. Wideout. We could go Mooney. It's not crazy, but it would make some sense. Roundup is doing it. Fuck it. I'm gonna go Tyreek Hill. We're gonna really go big or go home. Let's really call a shot at whiteout. Not be too afraid of shit hitting the fan. Let's go Tyreek Hill at 201. Normally I only take him around 18, but Christian Kirk could make some sense. I've been starting to click him a little bit more. I could go with Brennan Thompson. I could also go Keenan Allen. Kind of want to go Keenan, to be honest. Could also go Malachi Fields, I suppose. But we're officially on the clock. I'm not going to go Mooney today. I'm not going to go Kirk. I think I might actually go Keenan Allen. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's go Tyreek Hill and Keenan Allen. Let's have some real fun. This is an interesting whiteout room. Very exciting, honestly. If you told me they actually play, if they what if both of them sign? What if they both of them sign? You know, wouldn't that be something? All right, maybe Keenan doesn't sign with the Chargers, but maybe he goes back to the Bears. Yo, what if Keenan goes back to the Bears? That'd be fucking awesome. I could see him with the Rams. Honestly, I could see that too. Uh, Interesting scenarios if Keenan comes back. But all right, let's review the team. Some of y'all might think this is very risky, but honestly, I think this is very exciting and fun. We got Herbert and Jackson Dart. Worth stopping with those two. Enough invested in two top 5 upside plays. Let's just bet that Dart stays healthy. And Herbert is, like I said, the MVP. Right at ADP makes plenty of sense. He is stacked up with Marion Hampton, a sneaky stack that some people sleep on. But Baishal Tutin, Jadarian Price, Kenneth Gainwell. We also have Katron Allen, who's also week 7. But Price and Gainwell can fill in for me week 7. I think I'll be fine in week 7. Not afraid about that whatsoever. Whiteout, though, very top heavy, but compelling if I'm right. Amon Ra going to be in our lineup like 14 out of 17 weeks probably. Neighbors might miss 4-6 weeks, but could be a top 5 play once he's on the field. I love his playoff schedule, especially the Cowboys matchup in the championship week. Egbuka could be top 10. Let's make the bet today that I'm right on that. And he's just one of the best values. But Coker as the 4th is risky. Not the most consistent option, but good down the field threat. They paid him, and they do believe in him. I have a lot of volume, so I'm not totally counting on it, but might really need him to deliver. Trey Tucker, though, valuable Vegas option in the 13th round. I like him a lot. I pulled up Trey Harris. It is stacked, and he was not coming back. According to ADP, it was the correct move. That, I think, is the best wide receiver value in round 14. So take him there, even though the ADP says 15. I think he's worth a 13th round pick. Tank Dell, all or nothing, could be terrible, could get injured week 2 and give me nothing, but also could actually be CJ Stroud's pseudo favorite target behind Nico Collins. Maybe Tank Dell is the most valuable Houston Texan. And then 2 major swings that could absolutely blow up with true bagels. There is a lot of risk in this receiver room, but go big or go home is the motto. And for $5 in this puppy, we're having some fun. Tyreek Hill probably signs with the Chiefs. If I had to guess on one team, I would say that's probably what happens. So if it does, we get the bring back against Herbert week 17. That should be fun. And then if Keenan signs in LA with the Chargers, we have the stack built in. But if he doesn't retire either, that means he's going elsewhere. And that means that not only is the Trey Harris pick going to hit, but having a unique Keenan Allen on this roster is valuable. Last year, he had 121 targets. I'm not convinced he's done. Just a matter of time on when someone decides to bring him in. But Kyle Pitts and Isaiah Likely, very fond of this tight end value. The luxury of stopping with 2, Likely stacked, really high upside. And then Kyle Pitts should have some consistent top 10 production this year. Love the Kevin Stefanski system. He's that clear number 2 target in Atlanta. So fun team. Obviously, these 6 whiteouts could just not hit my lineup enough, especially if Neighbors isn't viable, where I'm just screwed. But I trust the quarterback play. Dart needs to stay healthy, but I trust him as long as he does. And then running back is fun enough. Love the Katron bet as well. Katron's going to start to become one of my most drafted players, in all honesty. So, yeah, fun team. And then these 2 late round swings. I guess all 3. Tank Dell, Tyreek Hill, and Keenan Allen. What if those guys actually have a resurgence? What if that's actually something you need? But Melk says, I always will have a soft spot for Mooney from his time as a Bear. I am being a homer, though, and betting big on Chicago this year. The Nagy reunion with Mooney is interesting. The only elite season out of Mooney was with Matt Nagy, but I'm worried that Mooney is just too injury riddled at this point to pay off. That I think could be a problem for Darnell Mooney. He may never be fully healthy ever again. I was gonna go full tilt and go Tyreek and Ayuk. I beat you to it. Sorry about that, but thanks for leaving me Tyreek in round 17. He usually goes 18 though. I understand waiting on it, but Anthony says not my best pick. We can definitely take a look at your team. Danimal says solid team, good everywhere. Thank you, Danimal. Appreciate the vote of confidence. I like it. I think this team is very fun as well. Okay, so the members, we got Melkenstein joining the blunt rotation today. We also have Jantara there first, and then we'll go in order, starting with Buddy Man back to the front. So let's take a peek. We will go Melkenstein first. He has Caleb Kyler. Fine stopping there. I took Kyler at 116. I was fine with it. CMC, Ken Walker. Travion Henderson at 56. Very nice. C-Rod and Charbonnet. You already took the risk on McCaffrey, so as long as he pays off, you can tolerate the risk with Rodriguez and Charbonnet. So risky team, but worth it. High upside if they hit. You're not afraid, and I like it. I almost took Charbonnet myself. But Rashi Rice is very fun, especially at 32. I'm definitely in at that price. Luther Burden, 41. Feels too expensive, but you do have him stacked with Caleb, so that's just the price you have to pay in order to get it. You did snipe me on QJ. Would have loved to have him, but he's been moving up the board consistently. I understand it. I think it's a good click. Jaden Reed in the 8th, very solid, very high spike week potential. Rashid Shaheed is solid. Jalen Naylor's all right, but I personally would rather take Trey Tucker. And then Ayuk, the very risky 0. Don't think he signs anywhere until late August. And honestly, he might just not sign anywhere at all. But odds are he's a Commander, inevitably. And odds are the Niners cut him one day. But it's not going to happen anytime soon. And that's where Ayuk might just go like fully undrafted in some contests. But pick 200, I suppose. It's not the end of the world. You have Cooper Kupp as well, so betting that the veteran stays healthy, not terrible, but I'm personally more inclined to take Torrey Horton, round 18. But a lot of people do. I'm not the only one. But fun team, no stacks with Kyler, but we had that with Roundup on the last team. It's fine. He runs enough where I think it's all right. I prefer the stack, though, with at least Addison, if not Jefferson. That's pretty easy to believe is more valuable. Kittle, though, solid click, especially if he's healthier sooner than we expect. Schultz for the floor and Freiermuth, also really good floor play. So I like the trio. I think Schultz and Freiermuth complement Kittle very well. And while you did reach on Freiermuth, he goes too late in the first place, so I don't mind that. And then a nice 7-pick fall on Schultz. Very interesting. Receiver depth is... Those 3 are shaky. Not going to lie. Those 3 are shaky, and there's a world where Burden is just a bad click. But I think for the build, it makes a lot of sense. The running back room, very fun and compelling. And then quarterback, that NFC North division has a lot of value. Very, very fun team. Not bad, Melk. I think you know what you're doing. No complaints, honestly. Like, legitimately, there's very, like, minor nitpick. Like, honestly, it was just the Naylor, Ayuk, and Cooper Kupp pick. Nothing else I can really push back on at all. Good team. All right, we got Jantara as well. He's got T-Law, Malik Willis. That's a little shaky, not going to lie. Malik Willis is a fine number 2, but personally, I think he's not good enough to stop there. I think you should be taking a third unless your number 1 is like Lamar or Josh Allen. So would have liked a third, but maybe Malik is good enough to warrant just 2. Genty, Scatabo, Rico Dowdle, Rashad White, and Nick Singleton, very comfortable with that running back room. Love the balanced approach, waiting till round 4 to take your second, waiting until round 8 to take your third. And then just player take wise, I love these three. So very happy with that. Rashad is the most valuable Commanders running back. I think he's fairly priced at 110 there. But Jefferson, T. Higgins, you got sniped on Jefferson. You did not take T. Higgins. You also did not stack up Caleb. I think that's correct. I think taking Caleb top of round 6 is a little too expensive. Tyson instead, good click. You did not take Shuck, however. Pearsall, great value at 107. Travis Hunter, 134 is pretty nice. Stribling, 179. Still might be too expensive, but 11 pick discount, that's pretty good. And then Malik Washington is stacked up. The double Malik W in Miami, infamous stack with Malik to Malik. The double Malik. Not terrible. Juwan Johnson, Hunter Henry, and Greg Dulcich. So you believe in the Saints on this team. You have multiple Saints. Did you get sniped on Shuck, or you just didn't want him? You simply didn't want him. You took Rashad instead as RB4. I can understand that. I think personally I would have just taken Shuck. Having Genty, Scadaboo, and Rico Dowdle, I'm willing to just take Shuck and lock up a really good quarterback, because that's the one thing I wasn't like fully in love with on this team. The quarterback depth with just Malik Willis scares me. You're telling me you swap out Rashad with somebody late and add on Tyler Shuck? I think your receiver room can tolerate passing on one of these names, like whether it's Malik Washington, Dejon Stribling, or let's say it's one of these two. Let's say it's Malik Washington at 206, and you just tack on one more running back, one more swing. I like Damon Claiborne, honestly. I like Kalen Black. There's some guys that went undrafted I'm willing to take. Honestly, I think I might have liked that a tiny bit more. But Rashad is a high-end floor play, so I don't mind it. It's definitely safer at running back. But the quarterback room, the only thing I'm not in love with. But you're correct. I kind of hate it. The T-Law bet, I don't mind, but the Malik Willis and then stopping, a little too bold for me. Not my favorite, but I could see it still work. I could see myself being wrong. I could also just see Malik getting benched, and then you have no outs if T-Law sucks. But went fully on tilt after both Mahomes and Love were both taken. Yeah, Melk. I did notice that Mahomes went a little early there, and then you got sniped on Jordan Love. John Tara always went Sharps too, but I had him last draft and didn't want to overload too much. That's fair. Yeah, I don't want to be way too overweight on Sharps, but I definitely don't want 0. I assure you that. I do not want 0 on Zach Charbonnet. John Tara, I'll take no figured it was worth the Florida boys for $5. Yeah, Dulcich, I think, is more valuable than Malik. The receivers are, I'm not convinced there's any receiver that's worth taking at like true wideout, honestly, in Miami. I'm not convinced, but Dulcich at tight end, the bar is much lower. Feels solid. But God of Yang, thoughts on getting unique at the top of drafts? If you were watching my Pitbull an hour ago, that's what I did. I took Hampton at number 1, paired him with Drake London. That's going to be a unique combo for sure. So I don't mind it. I think it doesn't apply with everyone, just it's automatically correct. I wouldn't go that far to say. I think you want to pick your spots on who you get unique with. And while I'm fine with Genty, a lot of people take Genty all over the board. Nobody takes Hampton the way I do all over the board. So if you're going to get unique, be willing to get very unique. But think it through. Make sure it's someone you really, really like, that you're very convicted. You have a lot of conviction on, will pay off. Okay, there's just a few more team reviews. We're going to try and skim through these. And like I said, we're starting with Buddy Man. Thank you, Mike, for drafting with us. Allen, Cam Ward, and Geno Smith. That's fine, but honestly, if you don't have Garrett Wilson, I'm not going to love this Geno pick. I'm fine stopping with just Cam Ward if you don't have Geno stacked up. So I hope that's the case. You have Chase Brown, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, and Jonathan Brooks. Hyper fragile, and especially with Brooks, putting the fragile in hyper fragile. But this is a slightly unique combo. Saquon and Chase Brown, maybe not the most common. Jacobs at 37. If he hits, it's great. And then Brooks probably is the true RB1 in Carolina. But I'll be honest, with Brooks and even with Saquon has some injury risk too. I think you're aware this could cost you. There's enough risk here where it absolutely could be the bad move. Maybe taking one more might have still been worth it because Geno for a fifth running back might be the move. You do not have Garrett Wilson. You do not have Brees Hall. You only have Kenyon Sadiq. I hate the Geno click. I fucking hate it. BTJ, Carnell Tate, Michael Wilson. Wilson at 84. Yikes. Too high for me. Too high for my taste. Alec Pierce at 85, though. That's great. Romeo Dobbs. AD Mitchell is stacked up too. Big fucking whoop. I don't care about that. Torrey Horton and Pat Bryant. I like that, however. So interesting receiver room. A couple clicks I hate with Wilson and Adonai, but everything else is pretty compelling. And then tight end with Kincaid, Sadiq, and Hawkinson. I did not like the Sadiq pick at all. I recall you took both Sadiq and Henry and Hawkinson over Hunter Henry. I'm never doing that. I would never do that. Maybe Hawkinson, but yikes. So yeah, I would have taken Henry. You would have not had the justification to go Geno, just grab another running back there. Yeah, fuck Geno on this team. I think it's very unnecessary. If you really want Sadiq, that's fine, but I think this Geno Adonai round 15, 16 turn is disgusting. That's my take. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Geno's the piece you need, but it's the Jets. I think it's disgusting for just about everyone most of the time. Anthony says just got to make it past week 13 on this one. We'll take a look at your roster for sure. This will be the year Herbert gets a playoff win. I agree, Melk. This is the year. And once he wins one, watch him make it to the Super Bowl. I think at the worst, the Chargers are in the AFC Championship game. I really believe it. I really, really believe it. The Super Bowl is also in LA, and they don't have a home field advantage. They might need the 1 seed to make it there, but if they get home field advantage to the playoffs, watch out. Watch out with the Chargers. All right. King Calorie in here as well tonight. I'm moving in this direction, so if you're on the other side of the board, please be patient. Appreciate you waiting with me, but we're coming up on almost 4 hours. We're at 3 hours, 46 minutes. Is a long one. Drake May, Mahomes, and Aaron Rodgers. That's very fun. Very nice. Rodgers at 159, though. Better be stacked. Has Metcalf, has Bernard. Also has Darnell Washington. All right. It's justified. But a little high there for Aaron Rodgers. Devon Achane, Javonte Williams, Quinshon Judkins at 58 is very nice. I remember I passed on Judkins, so you're welcome. Jonah Coleman, Mike Washington. I hate the Coleman price, honestly. I don't take him very often at all. But if you tell me Dobbins gets hurt, which is a very solid bet to make, it probably works out. But at the moment, the only Bronco I'm kind of like happy to take is like Harvey when he falls a little bit. Dobbins, all right, but I'm not clicking Coleman myself. I might be very wrong on Coleman if he does hit. And then Mike Washington, also above ADP, interesting. I've seen Mike Washington in the final round, so not my favorite decision there, but it's a $1 click regardless. So just get your guy if you really believe in him. I don't mind it that much, but 14 picks above ADP, a little steep, given he's been falling lately. But CeeDee Lamb, great, excellent anchor. Ladidi McConkey, number 2, phenomenal. I did not let you have Herbert, unfortunately. DK Metcalf with the stack. Matthew Golden, one of my favorite clicks, honestly. I really love the Golden price. I take him a shit ton. Higgins at 130, a little 7-pick fall, but not convinced he's worth it, to be honest. I want some stronger camp reports on Higgins. I think he kind of needs Nico to get hurt to really, really be worth his price. I could see Noel be just as productive. They were in college. And Tank Dell getting a little bit of hype. I took him myself. But Jeremy Bernard stacked up, makes plenty of sense. And then Kayshon Boutte to get a little bit different. You also have Drake May. So hoping he stays in New England, I suppose. Fannin at 106, a solid click. Not upset with that. He could keep falling, though. There's a chance he goes next to like Goddard. Give it a month. We might be very afraid of clicking Fannin. He hasn't practiced yet. That is worth mentioning in context of Fannin. But Ferguson, solid at 135, definitely makes sense to take him there. And then Washington stacks up. I just took him on the last team. So fun team. Love the receiver room. Really love the receiver room. And then running back is fun. A little tricky, but quarterback is very nice. And then tight end is very complete, good depth. And then hopefully the elite option with Fannin. So running back, just got to thread the needle, get them right. But the Javonte, Devon Achane combo with Quinchon, those top three feel very, very productive. Nice team, King Calorie. Very, very nice. We're going to jump now to Danimal and then Spurs. And then I think that might be it. Purdy and Jared Goff. Purdy at 91. He is stacked up with Evans and Christian Kirk. You did not get George Kittle on this team. However, but Jared Goff 115. That feels great. Feels excellent. Unstacked, so maybe not as good. But 115 is a solid price on Goff. But typically you want Goff stacked. If Goff is the guy you need in week 17, it better be stacked. I don't think he's the guy you need unstacked, Like also he plays the Bears. Might be some bad weather in that one, potentially. But Melk says I would not be mad at a Chargers win, but too bad the Bears will win the Super Bowl. My pick for the Super Bowl is Chargers over Bears. That is actually my prediction. I have the Bears making the Super Bowl. Maybe I'll revisit it and take the Rams later in the summer if I backtrack a little bit. But the Bears are actually my pick to make the Super Bowl in the NFC. And they will lose to the Chargers. Mike says I'm starting to do more 3 quarterback with Josh, especially in this format. Getting into week 17 has a bad week 16 would be a huge. Also not convinced the Jets will be awful. Thanks for the review, brother. You're welcome, Mike. Worth the bet every now and then on New York, but with Allen, I'm still kind of vehemently only taking 2. Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you on Valentine's Day, Mike or Melk. On Valentine's Day 2027. Madison Beer is getting an engagement ring. That's what's going to happen. Herbert's going to propose after he wins the Super Bowl. Okay. Back to this team, though. We went Purdy and Goff. Henry Travis at pick 30. That's nice. Ramondre 67 is expensive. Paired up with Jalen Warren is perhaps a little unique on this side of the board, but I've seen both of them fall. You could get them at a discount potentially. And then Sean Tucker, a pick I'm making very often. I have a lot of Sean Tucker as well. JSN at pick 6, Mike Evans, DJ Moore, Michael Pittman Jr., Stephon Diggs, very nice top 5 receivers. And then Debo Wicks getting some hype lately. And then Christian Kirk I've been mixing in as well. Kirk versus Stribling. I kind of feel like Stribling has gotten too expensive to the point where I'm just going to take Christian Kirk instead in the last round. I almost took him instead of Keenan. We got Dallas Goedert, Brenton Strange, and AJ Barner. Very complete, very fun. Good touchdown production. Love the Goddard bet. Strange and Barner also score a lot of touchdowns. Very good tight end, very good receiver. Fun running backs, but honestly, these two I think you spent a little too much on. Was Rico still on the board when you took Warren? Yeah, I'm Rico over Warren personally. And then I'm also Pollard over Ramondre. So that's just my rankings. Different player takes Danimal, but solid depth. No question. Good luck with Purdy staying healthy, and then an unstacked Goff isn't the best. But like we said, good value at 115. Good luck, Danimal. Spurs next up, and then Oh, wow. Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts, Daniel Jones, and Mendoza, a 4-quarterback build from Spurs. With Lamar, I don't love it. With Lamar, think it's kind of unnecessary. You didn't get like an amazing price on Mendoza either. Like, not a single quarterback was past ADP. I disagree with this. I would not take 4 in this scenario. Not at all. Taylor, Montgomery, Chuba. Y'all know how I feel about Chuba. Harvey at 92, though. Very good click. I would make that decision. And then Aaron Jones is the 5th. Pretty solid, but Chuba is going still too high, even at 77. He needs to fall into the 80s at the very least. That's my take on it. Devontae, Xavier Worthy, Jawan Jennings, Branch, Judy, and Elijah Surratt. How the fuck is this worth stopping at 6, bro? How the fuck is this a 6 receiver team? What the actual fuck? And then Bowers, Andrews, and Stowers. Yo, what the actual fuck here? Remove Stowers. He's a worthless pick, in my opinion. And then remove either Daniel Jones or Mendoza and make them both receivers. And now you pique my interest. But damn, I don't like this team. I do not like how you built this team. You have 3 week 13 buys. Yeah, very risky. Worthy is wide receiver 2, and you only have 6. That sounds terrible. I would not bet on this team, Anthony. I would not approve at all. Legion getting the last one. I mentioned you might not get a team review, but we're about to hit 4 hours. I have 4.5 minutes until I hit 4 hours. Fuck it. Let's keep going. Burrow, Stroud, Dobbins. Quarterback's a little shaky, but Dobbins running back 1 is scary. Blake Corum, Jordan Mason, JCM, not my favorite click at all. Algier, yikes. Tajay, at least you have Bigsby, thank God. But yikes. Dobbins will get hurt. Corum might lose the job to a Jarquez Hunter breakout, but probably has a good goal line role. Mason could just be a bad football player, but Aaron Jones probably gets hurt, so should deliver. Love his Week 17 game against the Jets. JCM, I think, is way too overpriced. Algier on a terrible offense. You reached on him too. Not exciting. Tajay in a battle with Singleton. Coach Speak says it's his job, but I think he's well behind Pollard and very injury prone. And then Bigsby, an amazing click. That's for sure. But Jamar and Nico, very strong. Zay Flowers, Devontae Adams, JMO, and Makai Lemon. This is the type of build where you stop at 6. Yeah, this is the way to stop at 6. Maybe too much invested, honestly. Because rounds 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Yikes. Might have too much invested at receiver. Cade Otton, Gesicki, and Parkinson. That's gross. That's kind of sad. Otton never scores touchdowns, but gets a lot of volume. Gesicki only hits when somebody else is injured, but it is stacked, so I guess. And then Parkinson could actually be the steal of the draft. Had 8 touchdowns last year. That's not a bad pick when you're desperate. But running back is gross. Not the best. RB room. Also, I hate Stroud as QB2. I hate that. Stroud is like a true QB3. Stroud kind of sucks. In fantasy, he's pretty brutal. So I'm not in love with this team, Legion. Just gonna be honest. Not in love with it. I like my team. I sure like my team. But I'm probably biased. All right. Melk says, Mike is saying 3 QBs with Josh is probably better in BBM where it's so hard to advance each week. Yeah, in BBM, I think you can justify a little bit more, but the price tag on Allen compared to everyone else, I'd rather just stop at 2 with Allen. But Melk says, personally, if I draft a high QB, I go 2. Same with the high tight ends. The highest in BBM I've got is second place. That was with a 3 QB team, but they were low picks. It is a balance. Can't get cute with whiteout. Yeah, I've noticed in BBM, if you wait on wide receiver, you can get screwed. You can get fucking screwed. But best ball. Okay. You're welcome, Anthony. No worries. And like I said, I kind of wanted to hit the 4-hour mark at this point. But one quick reminder, if you haven't done so, drop a like on the way out. Would really appreciate it. If you've enjoyed this live stream and you would like a team review next time, guaranteed. You can become a member if you just want to support the channel. It's also pretty dope. But for anyone interested, if you're new to Underdog, you can get $50 in bonus funds using promo code BLUNT on sign up. The link is in the description. And your first deposit is also matched by 50% up to $1,000. So some sweet deals over there available for new customers. Terms apply. Got to be in the right state, but very nice value over there with promo code BLUNT. But it's official. We have finally cracked the 4-hour mark. And that's going to be it for me. I really appreciate everyone for popping in. We had a really fun time with Ryan. Want to say thank you to him one more time. And yeah, that'll be it. I will see y'all tomorrow, and we'll draft a few more puppies. I think over the weekend, we're going to draft at least one Best Ball Mania. We drafted one last Sunday on the 10-hour stream. And typically, I save BBM for Sunday. So keep an eye out for that. I'll see y'all guys next time. And then just the final chat check-in. I would sure love second in BBM though. I know when you said you got second, I assumed like, yeah, right. It's just a casual finish second in BBM. Maybe it was like second in the pod week 15 or something, but no worries, man. Thank you for sticking with us. Thank you for joining the Blunt rotation. And it was a $10 best ball league. I got 5K from. Yo, that's impressive. That's really nice. Was that the Flock League or something? I was this close to making the final in the Flock League, but even had I made it, I would have only finished like 51st. But second to get 5K, that's pretty dope. Okay, sweet. Nice. Very, very impressive. Yo, shout out the Flock. I don't want to jinx it, but it's possible. I've got a collab with the Flock coming up. Not sure when. Don't want to jinx it, but it's possible. Wish me luck. All right, I'll see you guys later. Peace out. Good night.